For the sweet talking son of the rap and then when the son of the rap and
At the same time, particulars
when the son of the rap
all apparently marry non-Jewish women. So how do you square these things? And by the way, of course, Joseph, Moses, and Solomon, their children are recognized as being Jewish. How is this the case? So we're going to go into some of the major issues here, but I want to point out that perhaps the most significant study of this is by J.E. Cohen's Terms of Jewishness, which he goes through a lot of really important issues in the classical period, especially issues of conversion and
love knows my surprise.
natural innocence. I don't necessarily agree with
When the son of the rap
no question. So master survey of
when the son of the rap
and there's a lot of value in it. The square and this long-standing and on the other hand, we have these examples that contradict logical challenge.
What's the son of the rap?
If that is the case, then why doesn't the text tell us this? Why doesn't the Torah reveal that this is in fact what happened? Wouldn't we be wrong to misunderstand the text? That's really something that actually happened. That's not possible. So, yes, all of them have always been words of this kind.
You just think to me that I can go and hey, that's the beat of my heart. You got something going on. And the love is blind. It requires a dedication. All the love we give needs no conversation divided together. Making love with each other. I live in the street. That is what we are. No one in between. How can we be wrong? Say it away with me. You are not the world. We rely on each other. From one lover to another. I can't live without you. Everything is nothing if you got no one. So it is inside of the real thing.
There's that small midrashic.
We got no way out of the message here. This could be the year for the real thing. No more when we cry. Baby, eyes will hurt me never. We love forever. We died in each other. Making love with each other. I live in the street. That is what we are. No one in between. How can we be wrong? Sail away with me to another world. We rely on each other. From one another to another.
Like you are.
That is what we are. No one in between. How can we be one? Stay right with me. Even though the world and we rely on each other. No one will let you but nothing. In the sea. That is what we are. No one in between. How can we be wrong? No away with me. You are not the world, and we rely on each other.
Yourself as a grandparent. Your daughter marries a non-male daughter. She marries a non-Jewish male. And the Jewish male, or his verse, your son, which is your grandson, away from God. That's the statement of the verse. Let's look at it in the commentary of Rashi. I have it on the right here, but let's look at it. Yeah. So Rashi here is quoting the Talmud.
Here we go, girls.
And it's like this. I thy daughter
These bitches were so hot, incredible, incredible. George Michael lined them all up. He just got them all in one fucking video. These bitches are so fucking hot. This phone's still on fire. I didn't know what I was just a young boy. Didn't know what I wanted to be. Didn't know what I wanted to be. I was it was enough for me. Brand new clothes and a big place and the rock and roll CD. Everything the game is not the same, only I'm so happy.
we take this logic of this thing.
And something you should know. I think that I'm not supposed to tell. It's not. There's something I got to be. I have pictures. Pray, pick up your singing thing. Until you understand. Sometimes supposed to not make a man. All we have. Raise these lies and make them come out. All we have is that I don't belong to you, and you don't belong to me. Yeah, yeah, freedom. 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 Freedom, please don't freedom. Heaven knows She's back again, and you understand. Sometimes clothes do not make the man. We have to and amazing too. Don't belong here. And we don't belong
Jewish society as well. So the flesh out perspectives. There are all these three important figures and sources.
I heard the hot dog.
Examples. As father so in other words, not relevant to others. So now the ways to approach it, see if it's not necessarily the best.
1989. If you can get it today, kids.
That only the Pharisees were really observing this high level of observance that became part of this. But Dr. Conrad, that in reality, the whole institution of conversion had not really for marrying Jewish men. That marriage itself constituted understanding of conversion in that era. Whereas men was required a much more process or circumcision. So that's why his family was a big deal about, this. They had the circumcision and so on. But which is about the year turn of the 3rd century, there's no question that Judaism is absolutely down with the idea of natural principle. Because we saw Rosh the which is not going to be later. The idea is that again, a little theological perspective of Orthodox Judaism, the Mishnah, although sheets are written year 200 to 290, in fact, the core of teaching goes about something by itself, which corresponds with the way that's not the passage in Deuteronomy. Okay? So the record is all about basically a principle that arguably extends all the way back to Mount Sinai, to the Messianic interpretation of the text. We look at the actual behavior of Jews, we see that they're not always conforming to this matrilineal principle, sometimes at great cost to themselves. We see in the book of Ezra that even in the first century of the Common Era, some very prominent Jews seem to be out of touch with the matrilineal principle. By the time the Mishnah is modified, that is dominant, without question, modeling any taking it very seriously. Caveat, by talking about how basic this question was. And one of the things that we see Jews have tremendous there's room for a lot of diversity in the large attempt of identity. But this particular question, whether or not English is one of those rail type questions that tends to result in schisms, remains unresolved. It has it is the large for people who are experts. I hope you found this short video useful. Women in over the course of the past years, we've had opportunity to occasionally talk about specific Jewish tragedies as they appear in ancient Israel, biblical context and larger archaeological context. But let's just take a step back and have kind of a macro look at the methodology of studying ancient Israel, the combination of some of the challenges that the ideas that circulate right now, which is very valuable, something called the Cron gel test, named after this Cron, also pronounced Cron-Yetz, actually the contact pronunciation they use. But in America, they tolerate Cron gel. At any rate, I was trained as a historian, so nice conversation. Third test, which became a little popularity, especially on Twitter, test is something that has been modern to sort of check the quality of from the perspective of feminist analysis. That is, in order to pass the Bechdel test, it has to have two women with each other about something other than a male character, right? So if you think this is a totally normal thing to do, but ask this. I've seen some other details that suggest the women usually have names, such as name characters, and so on. And obviously the idea is to try to expand the representation of women. That's something that's contemporary. Discuss. Now, the project is a different. The record says that the study of the Jewish tradition, any source sheet, which is a tried and true pedagogy.
End your fucking stream.
Choose quotes.
End your fucking stream, dog. Ari, end your fucking stream.
Videographed or
God, you get it, man. We get it. You like to stream for a long fucking time. You really need your video this time. So shut the fuck up and end it.
Very valuable idea.
No,
you know,
good for real. For real. End your fucking stream. There's got to be a long. No, like, all right, I'm gonna do a 13-hour stream and a 16-hour stream. Why wouldn't you just fucking stream your whole life? I get the masturbatory element of it, but you can't figure that one out. I'm not gonna help you. And if like his whole fucking life's online already, so just look, I could give a shit. Just end that fucking stream. Stream whatever the fuck you want. I just need that fucking live. And Eddie Craven, if you're seeing this in the future, this is why your fucking platform needs to be clickable or like download the fucking. I should just be able to use it like YouTube. And I can't believe I'm saying it because YouTube sucks. It's better than this. End your fucking stream, dog. I am so close. I am. Hey, Caspian Sea, did you ever see that Seinfeld where Elaine has to eat like 9 really shitty subs for like the 10th one? She's just doing everything she can to get that last one star. That's exactly what this fucking Discord is. It's like I just gotta get into that fucking. We're almost there. Speak. Look at that. We made it. We made it. We made it. We're at level 40. I knew we were gonna be close. Amazing. We're at level 40. So what does that mean? Well, I gotta find a device. In fact, I got a device right here. My meat. I think they must have some kind of setting. You have to buy in a VC because for pretty 5 days. It was the longest but difficult one to get except chill bar. Chill bar, fuck those people. You don't know that this fucking asshole can't spam a couple fucking emojis in there with a permanent lifetime ban. Hilarious. I didn't even know it. Oh wait, of course. Yeah, exactly. Chill bar. Exactly. All right, so this is perfect. Now that I don't get I don't get some shit about technology, nor will I ever. There's just some weird shit. Like I could just say this, like you use technology enough to know about what I'm gonna say and how it's just consistent with shit. How I'll be using an old device and it'll say the camera is off, but it's on. And when the camera is on, it says it's on, it's off. Does that make sense? Yeah, it's just like why is it? I don't know. It's just how it is. And it was never troubleshooted. Though I wouldn't make the word troubleshot a word, but it was never troubleshooted well enough for these problems. So now I don't really. I'm not 100% sure if I'm live on this Discord, but I can test it now that I have just test account. Anyway, literally just. And this doesn't run into being an issue truthfully until we start approaching 24 hours. Once it's in 24 hours, I gotta be able to stop the bot. Let's say like longer than 24 hours. So, but in the meantime, I do not understand why he is not this bot. I just thought of something for you, and I know you don't want to do it, but just think about it. Think about this. I know you don't want to do it, but just think about it. Just you might want to do it in the future. I think we'll all want to do it in the future. But basically, if you set up a computer, you know how you stream on OBS, you multi-stream. Okay. What if you just set up JitBit macro recorder to do a 12-hour VOD for you and just basically hit the stop button, and start button every 12 hours.
Some you're like which one of your 20 views you're gonna channels. Doing adding
I got you.
But certain things that from things. When I have sushi, so
I love you this. Why don't you do this? Enjoy your sister's lunch. Hopefully you get blown. Whatever you're gonna do, do all of that stuff. Enjoy your life as much as you can. But when you have any free time, take your phone and work your old computer and just literally have that thing be following you so that you have constant followers. If you had done that, you know you'd be at 50, 60,000 followers. Think about it. If you did it so that it was accurate and it worked a perfect loop, you'd have 80,000 followers. We were figuring you were doing like, I don't know, between like 300 and 1,000 a day, just depending on how you could get it done. And that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Right now, you don't even have 1,500, which is what you need. So you're going to need another 600 people anyway. And you're not going to get them organic. Yeah, they moved it up from, I think it was 75. Okay, that's cool. That's all you needed to say. That's all you needed to say. I will say no more. You understand?
Pulled up like he literally and you extra. He's a kid.
What is this thing?
Rothschild Jackson says. Insane. ML
Because I even say, some wanky punching and all these characters and like some sort of creepy some sort of anime covers on this trip. I don't even know if you were even a rip of it or not.
We just did an interview with, and it is going to go viral. And once that happens, it will be closer to making you a trillion. You should know that in the interview, we show an error that occurs on the sign-up process, and we're going to make Eddie from Stake aware of it, and hopefully they fix it and it improves things on the platform.
says you should know that error that occurs on the sign-up process, and you're going to make any mistake aware of it, and hopefully they fix it and it improves things on the platform.
You should know there's a major error that occurs on sign-up. People receive a server error, and I got it on camera, and we're gonna show it to Eddie and get it fixed.
Two trillion.
See the server.
Oh. Give me a little. tell us about it. What happens is let's do the entire time. Actually, today I mentioned you up. We what happens? There we go.
Cool.
Herod the Great was Adonisa's great grandfather, if I got that correctly, and others were quite diminished in authority. Agrippa the First was one of the latter category. He happened to be more sympathetic figure. He's quoted several times in the Talmud, usually in a very positive light. He lived in the year 41. As a royal Jewish princess, she was married off primarily for purposes of money and things like that to one Marcus, son of Alexander, the Symmachus of Alexandria. He, in fact, was the Alabarch of Alexandria, essentially the leader of the Jewish community there. And not only that, he was the nephew of a very famous Jewish philosopher, Hugo, who we'll speak about that more in another lecture. She was widowed, and she married her uncle Herod Polio of Chalcis, widowed the second time, and then she essentially moved in with her brother Agrippa II. Josephus, in this context, reports a really nasty relationship, rumor about the two of them, which is unusual because it is not repeated by Roman historians of the time. It's not impossible because this was not an unknown practice among Romans, but for Jews it would have been extremely scandalous, to say the least. At any rate, at this point, she was like a people authority. She was referred to as Regina, meaning Basilea, also. And she actually served famously in the trial of Paul later on in the past history. She married a third time to King Ptolemy II of Cilicia, who actually converted to Judaism and was circumcised and so on. But here's another fascinating thing about it. She was in Jerusalem at the time of the outbreak of the Rothschild at the year 66. And she was there because she was fulfilling a Nazarite vow, which is interesting in its own context. And Nazarism is something that's recorded in the Bible, the whole tractate of it on the Talmud, in which basically a person has some kind of moving experience, and they want to do repentance for it, they want to do tshuva for it, and so they undertake some restrictions in their behavior, let their hair grow, refrain from alcohol, wine specifically, and then at the end of this period, which is limited, usually 30 days or 60 days, they come to Jerusalem and they offer sacrifice. So she was there at that time when the broke out. Same kind of sense of what kind of person she would be if she took on a Nazarite vow. And she stood up for the rebels. She went to Cassius Florus, the procurator, who was very sympathetic to the Jews, and she appeared before the Pharaoh to beg for mercy for them. But she was unable to stop either the Roman onslaught, and she was unable to the Roman outbreak as well. She ended up fleeing Jerusalem from the palace down. And somehow in this context, at this time, she involved in a relationship with none other than Titus. That is the son of the emperor of this region, in order to become emperor himself, was responsible for the armies that would destroy Jerusalem at the time. There's some interesting thoughts about what this relationship must have been like. Many of the classical historians point to the tremendous beauty. She and her sister were regarded as the most beautiful women of the Eastern Mediterranean. Titus himself was a dozen years. Other point, really unequal relationship. Titus as a conqueror and Asa as the representative of a beleaguered and conquered people, and said that this relationship might have been more of a hostage situation. Unfair. And Dr. Fromm did a very interesting interpretation. The relationship with Titus might have been instrumental in allowing scholarly refuge and to exist. You recall that Yochanan ben Zakkai famously asked for a retreat so the sages could stay somewhere safe and not participate in the revolt and not destroy, and this was granted. So Dr. Freund argues, interestingly enough, that maybe it was Berenice's relationship with Titus that allowed this to happen. And if that is the case, then of course she contributed to the survival of Judaism and the Jewish people as a whole. Her relationship with Titus was somewhat stormy. It was viewed by many as quite scandalous, and ultimately she was forced out of Rome and shortly thereafter in the year 79. So she's a fascinating and exceptional individual in the sense that she's at the very top of society. She is involved with that royalty involved, with marriages for setting relationships and so on. She's involved in the highest levels of government, speaking with emperors, and she deals with huge political issues like the revolt. This is clearly in contrast to the vast majority of them who left no trace on the political record that we have. But it is worthy to note that in her romantic relationship that she's left a real mark on art history as well. The relationship of Berenice and Titus has been celebrated in a number of works, including La Clemencia, the Mercy of Titus by the famous opera. Her role in this relationship has been celebrated in Western civilization far outside the Jewish awareness of their existence. Let us now turn to our final exceptional individual, Victoria, as an example of exceptionality, that she was such a renowned scholar. Berenice, because of her high level political activity. And that was exceptional in that we suddenly about her personal life, although otherwise she would be unknown to us. And I'm speaking about a woman named Rabbi. I'm only going to speak for a few minutes right now, but I would urge you to have a look at works by Dr. Herman Cotton, by Dr. Freund, and others. I also have an hour-long lecture on the matter that I propose in much more detail. She was one of the people hiding with the Bar rebel in the Red Sea region that we spoke about a couple of videos ago, and she may have died there. It's impossible to tell which one of the remains, female remains, associated with her. There were many women and children in these caves, but it's likely that she did die there because she left behind this pouch, which contained a trove of 20 documents that all linked to her personal legal history. And by investigating these documents, which are written in a variety of languages, Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek, Nabatean, they all speak to her extensive legal battles. In these legal battles, she saved these documents, also like marriage contracts, things like that. She saved these documents because clearly she was deeply involved in these battles that had to do with inheritance issues, some property that her parents left to her, and also some property that one of her two husbands left to her. That second husband had a wife, right? They were in a polygamous relationship at that time, and she was disputing with her co-wife over some orchard of date palms, things like that, and also she had children. The court had appointed to the care of a patropai, or custodial officers, and she was seeking to get more control over her children and wrested from the courts. So it's not a place to go into the ins and outs of the specifics of her controversies, but the documents portray her as, very much a woman in charge of her own affairs. It's not clear whether or not she was even literate in these languages. She may have had scribes involved in drawing them up and so on, but she clearly knew what they meant because she kept them all together in this pouch. She treasured them like, I have the family documents or passports and things like that, and a special little box and things like that. These are very valuable documents for life and activity. There's a sense of the Jewish woman in the second century who was not without means, probably like upper middle class, with property issues and so on, took charge of her life. She was engaged and involved in that. So we should not imagine Bible life as an example of the vast majority of women were passive and allowing their life to rock over them and being passed from man to man in various ways. This is the world fighting for their rights and finding some success from time to time. There were some interesting questions. Why was she there with the Bar Kokhba rebels herself? It's possible that she feared the general destruction that was going on with the Romans. There's one particular figure who first linked her to Bar Kokhba that he's also mentioned in terms of the Bar Kokhba chain of command. So perhaps it was a familiar relationship. We don't get a sense of an average woman who has a very important detailed legal history, like many of us do even today. And so this is a corrective to the huge silence that we get from the sources on women in general. So she's exceptional, not so much in what she did in life, but the fact that we know a lot more about her life and reveal some stolen things. Many more of us think except what we learned, I'm sure, as we have analyzed the archive with greater detail. Okay, I hope you found this video useful. We are definitely going to be incorporating more and more discussion of women into the disaster in time. But next year's budget is the main skill in particular. Okay, thank you very much for watching. At this point, let's pause and talk a little bit about a major transition that happens in Jewish history. It really colors the experience of Jews and the globe. It's the diaspora. The term diaspora is Greek in origin, and it means something like scattering, and it refers to the spreading out of Jews into the Mediterranean basin, Mesopotamia, and eventually throughout the world. This has been the Jewish experience for the last 2,000 years. It's only been dramatically altered with the establishment of the state of Israel in the 20th century. So, of Jewish history, the post-biblical period, has been all the diaspora, and Jews negotiated their reality politically, socially, economically, and so on as a minority in majority cultures. And that's certainly what to say about what kind of people the Jews would become. Now, we should note, of course, that the term that was used internally within the Jewish world, at least until the 19th century in particular, was not diaspora, which has kind of a neutral connotation, but exile. The Ashkenazi pronunciation follows that Jews were thrown out of their land. And this is a recovered Muslim minority because although there was tremendous devastation, suffering in the wake of the destruction of the temple, and there was an expulsion of Jews from Jerusalem in particular, they were not actually expelled from their land in the first century like they were during the Rothschild population. First, that happened after the Assyrians and Babylonians. They were, let's say, highly encouraged to leave by desperate conditions. In expelling all the Jews from their land is something that really doesn't seem to the ancient world at all. So there was always a Jewish presence within the land of Israel, sometimes an incredibly small population, but nevertheless, Jews always did maintain some kind of physical presence in the land of Israel throughout the long diaspora. However, the majority of the Jewish population soon found themselves outside of the boundaries of traditional Israel and simply experienced as an accident. Okay, it's really pointing out, not in this particular series, but just in one sentence, that the concept of exile on a theological level pertains even when the Jews have returned to their land and have a state. Theologically, Jews consider themselves still in exile, even if they're still living in Jerusalem today. There is a concept that until Messiah comes, there will be a diasporic, so a condition pertaining to Jewish existence. But anyway, let us take some of our time and look at the diaspora activity before the destruction of the temple and maybe a little bit after the destruction of the temple before we move into the medieval period. Here's a map that gives you a sense of the diaspora after the Bar Kokhba. You recall that the first Roman Jewish era in the year 70 resulted in here, and also and as you will see, there was definitely dispersion of Jews within Israel itself, but the process of Jews settling throughout the Mediterranean basin and Mesopotamia had begun centuries earlier. On this map, you see the kind of hatched line that they circle the Mediterranean with the greatest extent of the Roman Empire in the early 2nd century. And every province represents a city indicated with after the Bar Kokhba in the 2nd century. Now look at Israel closely here, and you can see that the hatching shows that there was a Jewish settlement along the coast, out there towards the northern Negev, and heavily based in the Galilee and also a little bit in the Jordan Valley, both sides of the Mediterranean River in the Paleo region as well. But conspicuous absence, of course, is the region around Judea, emptied of as the attacks on the rebels and the destruction of Jewish villages there. A lot of Jewish population moved, in particular, north to where the new center would exist, and Jews were in fact banned from Jerusalem at this time as well. Romans also changed the name of the land. This is when it received the Latin term Israel, the Philistines, and so renaming the region Palestine was to try and, in terms of cartography, break Israel off the map. So it is ironic, of course, that the term has been revived as a political term. It has always been a geographic term since the Roman Empire. Jews were also living in Mesopotamia, that is this region here, framed by the flow of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers into the Persian Gulf. We'll look at that in the next lecture. And then there's a certain amount of Jews who are living in the Italian and during the Greek peninsulas and in Asia Minor as well, Eastern Mediterranean. We also have Jews who are living in the coast of North Africa. Looked at one of those communities, Cubanet, in the context of the Kitos Rebellion a while ago, and then Jews as far west and the south of France as well. So we're going to look at all of these, briefly in the next couple of lectures. But the main center of the Jewish diaspora at this period of time is undoubtedly Egypt, a very, very important place. Jews had been living for centuries. There was a long connection between Israel and Egypt after the Exodus. The Bible describes many relations between Egypt and Israel, quite often hostile, quite often not hostile. For example, King Solomon marries an Egyptian princess, and Isaiah refers to the communities in Lower Egypt Jeremiah spent some time there unwillingly as it happened after the assassination of Gedaliah, for whom there was a fast day after Rosh Hashanah every year since then. The Jews were primarily concentrated in the southern region, the earliest period. That is down at the bottom. You see the town Elephantine. Now, I always say Elephantine. So I looked at it more carefully. I think it's supposed to be pronounced Elephantine. Maybe someone in the comments will correct me if I get that wrong. This is known as the Upper Nile, even though it is on the bottom of the map. Nile, of course, flows north to the Mediterranean Sea. Therefore, upriver, which is south, is called the Upper Nile, and downriver is the Lower Nile. Where you have, cities of Cairo and Alexandria. So there is a very important military, Jewish military colony in Alexandria. And we're going to look at that in just a second. And if we go back, the settlement that the student may go back as early as the 7th century before the Common Era, when Nasser Judah had relations with Egypt and sent a colony there. So let's look a little more carefully at that particular settlement. Here's a satellite view of the Nile River. You can see the green represents obviously the tremendous irrigation power of the Nile. And very southward, the little red part, there are some cataracts, which means that the river it loses its depth, and ships moving toward north have to find a way to unload their cargo or raise the rapids or put them on the land in a kind of portage situation. And so that's a really dangerous spot for kind of transition. That's where the Dodgers was on the way from. Of course, it makes sense to have some kind of military outfit there. Now, we know a little about this here because the records were preserved in Pyrite and in Hospital, right? Those bits of clay shards. We know that the Jews had a temple there. It's interesting that they would have some kind of temple because, after all, the Bible is pretty clear. Prohibited any other temples outside of Jerusalem, but there were actually 3 other temples in existence in the destruction of the Second Temple period. We have one in Shem, which is Nablus and terminology in Samaria. That was the Samaritan temple, of course, which regular Judahite Jews do not consider, of course, valid. Arak el Amir and the Acropolis, which would be in Egypt. This is put to us from the Talmud. So what is going on in those temples is fascinating. So look at the area. We have in these records some interesting records of the different, for example, check off the tragic test. We have one very wealthy who owns several homes and things like that. Her name is Mutachia, which is to trust, to have faith in God. She was married 3 times, first to a Jewish soldier, and apparently to the entire boat construction engineers or architects. They're called builders, even builders or something. Not clear. Another piece in archives refers to a man named Anania, who was a temple official Jewish who married an Egyptian slave named Talmud. Definitely not his name, because in Hebrew, Talmud means she will die, right? That's probably not a good name for your daughter. So the fact that he's marrying a Egyptian slave is in itself bizarre, but you also see from the documents that in fact he wasn't even completely married to her in a Jewish sense. That it certainly does not follow any of the laws as described in the Talmud, because she was simultaneously owned by a different man, her master, someone named Meshulam, which is also the Jewish name. And he, in fact, owned their son, whose name was Pilati. He and Anania lived in a relationship and afterwards, of course, then Meshulam, the owner of the slave, get the child. The whole thing is really bizarre. Also interesting, though, pretty much in contradiction. But Talmud could just start a divorce on her own, which is something that rabbinic law does not more to say about that. I'm going to come back to it. Maybe in the medieval period. At any rate, fascinating tales about families and existence in Elephantine, and there's even some fascinating archaeological discoveries of the actual site of the temple itself. Another major center of Jewish settlement in Egypt, or the diaspora, is Alexandria, which of course is a big city today. The western part of the Nile Delta, you can see where it is here, right on the coast. The Jews of Alexandria go back centuries and centuries. In the 3rd century before the Common Era, were translating the Bible into Greek and making it available to the broader Mediterranean society. This has incredibly influential role in promulgating ideas. Was especially early trade. The funny story about how the Septuagint is written, according to the legend, 70 rabbis were brought in, and were left with 70 different books of the Bible to translate it, and they all were done, and they all translations. They all essentially agreed with each other. Rabbi Whitman was very important in America to joke that all that America, you get 70 rabbis together, you put them in one room and ask them to do one thing. That's America. By the 1st century, and they had one neighborhood, which was specifically the Jewish neighborhood, and they had a second one out of 5 neighborhoods that they were populating as well. But there was a significant amount of controversy in the Greek population. You recall that, Alexander the Great had spread through the entire region and had established all kinds of new norms and new cities, Alexandria, Alexandria, that's not a coincidence. And there were a lot of people who had privileges under the Romans came. They were not happy with this displacement that occurred as a result of new management. It was a potential for them to increase their status and their privileges. And so troops actually arrived in the middle of the 1st century before the Common Era. We have a fascinating description of a major upheaval in the 30s, which is called actually the First World War. This was reported by the philosopher Philo, very important thinker of the era, who approached the Bible primarily in the Greek sense. So again, Philo was extremely important in introducing and looking at the Bible. He did not get that much traction in the Jewish tradition. He did not write. And many of his ideas were quite contrary to much what the rabbis were talking about, but nevertheless extremely influential once again in the Christian tradition, not so much in the Jewish tradition. But anyway, he describes this first upheaval as the result of the tension between the Greek and the Jewish populations that were exacerbated a bit particular when King Agrippa the First, remember, he ruled in the middle of the 1st century for a few years, visited the region. Jews locally asked him if he would maybe intercede with his friends in Rome on their behalf. He chose wisely to have a gaudy parade of Alexandria, and the Greek rivalist Jews actually mounted sort of like a mock counter parade in which they openly made fun of Agrippa the First, and eventually translated violence the Jews. The procurator, that is only issue of Rome, even though he was a Roman official, there was a change of the colony in Rome. He decided to take the side of the Greeks, and he ordered upon others that the Jews should be limited to one neighborhood, not to two. And the forced concentration of Jews into one of those neighborhoods, which argued ghetto, was also by significant anti-Jewish violence, attacks on synagogues, which was really unusual places where you should not transgress and respect the various ritual worship of other groups. But this was one of those occasions where that was ignored. The new emperor, however, laid down the law and established the status quo ante, where things were modified. There would be yet again in year 66, probably in connection with the Roman-Jewish War that exploded in that year. So that's just a look very quickly at Alexandria. And as a whole, Egypt played a very important role in the early diaspora. Thank you very much for watching. So let's continue our discussion of the diaspora and antiquity by looking at Mesopotamia. And although we saw that Egypt was an incredibly important center of Jewish settlement, Babylonia is perhaps more distinguished because it is the location of the first settlement of Jews, which was the original home of the patriarch Abraham, but nevertheless, Jews were forced into Egypt in the context of the invasions of the Babylonians in the 8th and the 6th centuries. Those 2 centuries were which there were 4 Jews from the region of Babylonia, and it's more appropriate to use the term exile in that context, that even those exiles were partial, they only represented a small portion of the overall population. The majority of the population remained behind in Israel. Average, probably gender imbalance, because men are up to numbers of women, but otherwise, many Jews, majority still remain behind in Israel. Now, here's a look at a map. You can see where the arrow is pointing to the region of Mesopotamia. That term, as I've said before, represents the area between the rivers. Mesopotamia means between the rivers, and it's sometimes called the Babylonia, although that's a term that obviously changes over time. Let's zoom in here to a passage from Jeremiah, in which he famously says, on the occasion of the 6th century exile to Babylonia, he says, thus saith the Lord of hosts, this is Jeremiah 29, verse 4, the God of Israel unto all the captivity, whom I have caused to be carried away captive from Jerusalem unto Babylon, build houses and dwell in them, and plant gardens and eat the fruit of them. Take ye wives and get sons and daughters, and take ye wives for your sons, and give your daughters to husbands, that they make their sons and daughters, and multiply ye there, and be not diminished. And seek the peace of the city, whether I am caused to carry you captive. Pray to the Lord for it, for in the peace thereof shall ye have. This is kind of like the mission statement concept of exile in the Jewish tradition. The notion that this exile is galut, diaspora, is something that is God ordained, and that Jews are to commit themselves to the lands in which they now live, to work to build it up with houses and vineyards and stuff, to raise families there, and to pray for the welfare of the government, which of course is part of the standard ritual of the synagogue to this very day. But at the same time, we should understand that this represented a huge theological, spiritual challenge for Babylonian Jewry, because up until now, those that Jews and invisible God, their only conception of God was one in which God was supposed to be in a particular place. Now they were in a foreign place. Were they somehow abandoned by their God? I know that much more modern thinking understands the concept of God as universal and not being connected to a specific base. But in the ancient period, there's lots of indications to suggest that Jews would be working. And now, perhaps their God, was not interested in taking care of them in exile. And that's why Jeremiah's prophecy is so famously throughout the generations as a measure of consolation for their now, what's going on in Babylon in the period that at. So one of the most fascinating collections that we have here is the so-called Rothschild archive. Now, this represents 730 clay tablets from the 5th century from the B'nai Rothschild, which is a banking family. It's not impossible that they are Jewish, but there's no real data to put one or the other. However, the archaeologists go through these cuneiform tablets. There are lots and lots of names, right? So business archive with receipts and agreements and contracts and stuff like that. About 8% of the names mentioned in this massive archive are Jewish. And the way they tell us because they are so-called theophoric, meaning they invoke the name of the Jewish God, right? Don't use their own ways of referring to each other. My own show, not the informed. It's very common. If you have a name like, let's say, I don't know, Jonathan, right, means God given. That's right. They like invoke the name of God in some kind of like active way. So it's relatively easy. It's not foolproof. It's a pretty good sense that these are Jews. So there are 8% of the names in this archive are Jewish, and they're located in 28 out of the 200 place names mentioned there. There's another collection, by the way, that refers to a place that seems to me like a concentration of Jews called Yahudu. Yahudu was Jewish. And there's lots and lots of theophoric names in this separate collection as well, which was discovered quite some time after the National Archive was one of the things I find really amazing about the National Archive is not only are the names theophoric, but Jews always use a patronymic, meaning one is normally named with a given name, son or daughter of one's parents. In most circumstances in Jewish practice, one is named after his father, not after one's father, but one is named by one's father. So, for example, my Hebrew name is Hillel, my father's name is Yaakov, so I would Hillel and Yaakov, right? Hillel, son of Yaakov. In almost all usages, rely on your father's name, but under certain circumstances, you would refer to your mother's name. The reasons for distinction I'm not going to discover to this day. But the term is something that is God ordained, and that Jews are to commit themselves to the lands in which they now live, to work to build it up with houses and vineyards and so on, to raise families there, to pray for the welfare of the government, which of course is part of the standard ritual to this very day. But at the same time, we should understand that it's represented a huge logical and spiritual challenge for Babylonian Jewry, because until now, although the Jews worshipped an invisible God, their only conception of God was one in which God was associated with a place. Now they were in a foreign place. They have somehow abandoned by their God. I know that much more modern thinking understands the concept of God as universe. So, that in the ancient period, there's lots of indications to suggest that Jews would be worried. Now, perhaps their God was not interested in taking care of them in an exile time. That's why Jeremiah's prophecy ran so famously throughout the generations as a measure of consolation for their newfound exile condition. Now, what's going on in Babylon, the period of antiquity that we're looking at? So one of the most fascinating collections that we have here is the so-called Rothschild archive. Now, this represents 730 clay tablets from the 5th century from the B'nai Rothschild, which is a banking family. It's not possible that they are Jewish, but there's no real data to put one or the other. However, when archaeologists go through these tablets, there are lots and lots of names, right? These archive receipts and agreements and contracts and stuff like that. About 8% of the names mentioned in this massive archive are Jewish. And the way they tell is because they are so-called theophoric, meaning they invoke God-given. In some kind of like active way, and so it's relatively easy. It's not with a pretty good sense of Jews. So there are 8% of the names in this archive are Jewish, but there are only 58 out of the 200 places mentioned there. There's another collection, by the way, that refers to a place that seems to be like a concentration of Jews called Al Yahudu. Yahud, of course, means Jewish. And there's lots and lots of Theophoric names in this separate collection as well, which was discovered sometime after the archive was unveiled. And one of the things I find really amazing about the Marasha archive is not only are the names Theophoric, but Jews have always used them patronymic, meaning is normally named with a given name, son or daughter of one's parents. In those circumstances, Jewish practice, one is named after one's father, not after one's father, but one named by one's father. So, for example, my name is Hillel, father's name is Yaakov, so Hillel ben Yaakov. Hillel, the son of Yaakov. In almost all usages, you would rely on the father's name, but under certain circumstances, you would refer to the mother's name. For the things that not delay us today. But what's really fascinating is if you look at the individual name and the country limits, and you see, is there a change in the theophoric nature? There's a real seed. That's something happened around the year 480 before the Common Era, in which all of a sudden these Jews have regular Babylonian names start giving their children super theophoric names, as if they have suddenly discovered religion, and they are much more intent on making sure that their children identify as Jews. It's really interesting. And in fact, that continues for several generations. But what would happen if all of a sudden you had all these Jews that had like really secular names, like let's say, I don't know, Chad or Thomas or something that's really not Christopher, right? Really not especially Jewish names. And then all of a sudden their kids get named like, Eliezer and Rivka, Sarah. What happened? It seems that around the year 480, they don't know. There's a real Teshuvah movement, and they start giving their children much more Jewish names. Grandchildren get Jewish names, and so on for quite some time. But what did the Jews? So the National Archive, because it's primarily dealing with business receipts, it doesn't give us a lot of detail about the nature of their lives, but it does say a lot about what kind of occupations they were involved in. It appears that there was a strong contingent of Jews who were active in the military. Fascinating that in the past, but you wouldn't necessarily that first, but we see that in Egypt, we see it also in Armenia. Jews who go to be involved in animal husbandry, shepherdry, and that's not tradition of Jews. So, Jews involved in buying and selling real estate, their government service, like they're operating business on behalf of the government, and so on. And we even have a significant population of Jews who are actually enslaved. There is a Jewish pool. It's not. I can't imagine that the majority of Jews are sort of like upper middle class, or rather middle class. And so much. So let us just by thinking about the Jews in because this would, unlike Egypt, ultimately become a central culture. That's what we're going to be exploring in just a few weeks. There's a small study called communities after Rabbi. They moved from Israel and make that way to Mesopotamia, and it increases the population. There will be a certain amount of travel going back and forth between the major centers of Jews in Israel and in the Babylonian region, where the so-called Nechute, which refers to rabbis who meet over Babylonia, teach the rabbis of Babylonia what is in Jerusalem. Sometimes they go back and forth in many times. So there is there's a significant cultural impact as well. This is a process that started hundreds of years earlier. Aramaic, as the first language of the region, comes literally from much of the Eastern Mediterranean, and of course it will be the language of the Talmud as well. Aramaic is founded right with Hebrew letters. Other peoples write with different letters. It's a Semitic language. It's not too far away from Hebrew in its grammar and structure, and even most of its vocabulary. It's probably sort of like French and Italian, or French and Spanish are close to each other, as Hebrew is to Aramaic. We'll come back to that and talk more about that. The organization of the people is something called ratio effect. And again, I want to postpone a major discussion of this until next semester. But this is basically a figure recognized by the party as the head of all the region. And expects to kind of include, although sometimes within the conflict with the division in particular, as the academies begin to grow. But the various great academies of study, which will ultimately produce the Talmud. Nevertheless, besides the prayer for the government, there's also a prayer for the nation which that is included in the Sabbath service in Aramaic, Denver's as well. I think that it's all sort of organized and working together effectively. We have some fascinating stories from secrecy, details of two brothers from who decided to just, walk in all of them. 50 years, you're all kind of like reckless, like these are Jewish guys who have been kind of like independence from Parthian army, Parthian Empire, until finally Parthians took care of it, destroyed the Roman state. I'm saying kind of swashbuckling guys. I'm just thinking about it too far away from my. Okay, that's Mesopotamia. One more short lecture. Thank you for that. Let's just take a few minutes to say a little bit about the aspect of the Mediterranean and the ancient past. There's a little amount to say about all of them. I just want to keep my remarks with their views. So, the map that shows the extent of the Roman Empire and the match line, and as you can see, every single dot represents a city where there is a significant population. Each we should look at right now is left to right, and straight by left, and I see that and then there is the peninsula next to it. The next Eastern Mediterranean as well. The first suggestion of Jewish presence is all the way back to the 4th century, and then of course after Alexander, building very significant population. This is especially so when Jews of the 1st century post-Roman claims to be using which means a legitimate religion that is protected and respected and the Jews that they are allowed to do and continue doing. There's protection such as the very dangerous, difficult transportation of the European shepherd task that was in Jerusalem. This was a practice which was continued throughout the period of antiquity, and was actually times boarding money was disrupted by official authority. What was happening that represents definitely an exception for Europe, because people respected, especially old religions. Groups were also promoted military exemptions from conscription down from there. At the same time, while Jews are generally gaining a lot of traction commercially and legally coming out to the country, there is a social movement as well. On the early Roman writers, there is a basic understanding of what Judaism is all about. There is a concern that Jews are somehow misunderstood, that they hate other people. I, as for example, can't belong to the religion. Which I did. Really? Just like people that don't like version, but certainly and Jews wouldn't eat non-Jewish food, so it had to be kosher. There was a lot of Jewish practice that was misunderstood, like, for example, total fanatic ban on any kind of civil religion, or any kind of worship of idols, things like that. Jews would get really upset about that. Example of not standing when the national football they consider example for social justice, Black Lives Matter, and so on. But the fact that it has taken football game is considered such a strong statement that's still reinforced. They refused to do some of the basic things that Romans did for their civil religion because they felt that it was against their core principles. Nevertheless, Judaism is a competitive ideology at this time, and a lot of people who are attracted to Judaism, it represents real attractive alternatives to their paganism, in Roman paganism, and of a growing population not only of ethnic Jews who are living in the Italian peninsula before the first century, but also fellow travelers, those converts, and those that are kind of like sympathizers as well. One of the really ways that we can see the growth of the population are more. It's a little bit very detailed, but I just think it's so fascinating. That's not really it. It's the discovery of these ancient catacombs of Jews in Rome. It was very common, very antiquity, very rare. You can see this map here shows a number of Christian catacombs for burial. You also see in the south and also in the north some regions where there are Jewish catacombs. They are so fascinating. You go in there and you see that they've got these sort of like shelves on the walls where the weapons would have been incurred. It's possible that they practiced a two-step burial where first you burial in the ground, and then a year later it's actually described in the Talmud. It's a practice that I do not believe Jews practice anywhere in the world today, but on the University of the Dead, they would go and you would make flesh, and there would be a set of bringing up the bones to a family. So they would enter the catacombs and put them on a shelf, the ancestors, and do about modern possibilities. That's really fascinating. And things like that. It's really on one wall, and see things sometimes little animals like peacocks and things like that. Some very good examples of mental love, like how to use a statue of a child. He's it's a great at the same time carries the kind of almost all like this one, or in Greek like this, that the awareness probably the first language for something as permanent as a great marker foreign language. But there are some people in Aramaic inscriptions as well, and the symbol of the Torah is very, very common. Much more than the Star of David, which is later to the Jewish canon of images. The menorah is the catacomb. That can be derived from it more than we can think about today. Let's switch a little bit to talk about the Eastern Mediterranean, and by that, looking especially at Asia Minor, which would include Syria, the Turkey is a really important place for us. Significant centers here. And we see that, once again, the military is significant. The Jews' military formations in this region, under Antiochus the First and Antiochus the Third, those are prior, of course, Antiochus the Fourth, so with the Hanukkah rebellion, including 2,000 families who were military families transferred from Babylonia to this region. Really unusual to see that, I think. There's a strong Jewish in Antioch in particular, but they have the same tensions with Greeks living there as we saw in Alexandria. Throughout the region, there are the presence of synagogues. About Egypt and about the lands as well. Jews did have gathering places for prayer. They were referred to with the Greek term prosuke or synagoga, which basically means like gathering places. The term synagogue does not intrinsically have a religious context. It's actually a translation of the Hebrew term Knesset, which means a house of gathering as well. But the temple was operating, wanted to have some kind of way to express their connection to God in a fashion. And we have Josephus and female and other figures as well. Let's just take at Western Mediterranean. Previous lecture we looked at the region of Tunis, Cyrene, and the island of Crete. Let's just go quickly to the Iberian Peninsula, all the way on the eastern part of the Mediterranean. And we'll speak a lot more about this region because it is not a land of Sephardic Jews. Up until this point, Jews don't really recognize kind of like differences in cultural orientation. They will refer to each other with geographic located like but the necessarily regardless of a slight family of customs. But the hard kind of Spartan Jewry comes from the region of Spain. The first indication of any Jewish person in Spain is evidence of a Jewess mantra. And this is from an early 7th century gravestone that's transcribed in the late 18th century. Reliable transcription of gravestone has been lost. The transcription this something wiped out. The end of the word is Nia, and then the word solid is Buddha, and the word Uno, Quattro, Dia, Uno, Dea, which translates as probably something like here lies. Julia, something like that. Daughter of Solomon, age 1 year, 4 months, and the four dashes of the ID, which also is testament to as a Jewish girl. And this is first indication. Wow. This is more. For now, let's wrap up this discussion. The next lecture is including circulates the medical marches of what does it particularly Jewish history and how that differs from medieval periods, which we'll begin right after that. Thank you very much for listening. I just want to show a brief very consequential reign of King Herod in the 40s. Herod reigned Judea from 37 years before the Common Era. He replaced some of its most magnificent architecture that last present day in some cases, and had as dramatic the nature of the population. He was a tyrant, a madman, but a very effective administrator at the same time. Tried to the population, he never tried to create of foreign wine. He didn't want the fame and prestige of the into broader discussion and consensus in the world. At the same time, he ruled with iron fist and was great fear. The story of Herod's rise to power would give us a sense of the times we like and the tremendous separation between ruling classes and what the common person will find of as the ideals of Judaism. If you have a look at this map, you see this empire look like in the middle of the first century before the common era. The blue area represents very and the precursor of Herod's rise to power. In the last week of the queens of Macedon, Hamalka, Alexander Salome, and got into a fratricide conflict. Antipater, and the region that was people there like in Jewish history. Descendants of that people. It's kind of like a mysterious figure in the life of the Hashmonaim. He advised the Buddhists to a kingdom that were in the south and seek another territory to try and and decided that here back here because so that's how it works. His name okay, then marches on Jerusalem and after a siege gains access to the city and there's some 12,000 he also the temple what
Yes, Vinci, can you hear me? Yes, Vinci. If you've ever heard me in your entire fucking life, listen to me. Oh, damn. Come on, dog. Somebody listen to me. This is so exciting.
To be a holy a lot of Jerusalem is littered with corpses. It divides up the area for disciplines. Actually has point it is a geographical landlock from the Mediterranean. It does have access to the Sea from the southeast area to the east Rhea, would be east of the river, and then there's the Samaritan land north of Galilee. The four regions assigned to Judea at this time under Pompey. In the larger history of the Roman Empire, of course, Pompey gets locked into a major conflict with Julius Caesar. What ends up happening is that recalling various way earlier, he ends up joining with Caesar against Pompey. And when Caesar ultimately defeats Pompey, then Caesar names Antipater the is still around. His name simply Narc, which means leader of the people, but it doesn't actually have force of rule Antipater. Antipater in turn named his two sons to leadership position. The other son, Rothschild, was given the governorship of the city. And his younger son, Herod, was given control of the government. At that point, Caesar was assassinated. Shortly
can't
thereafter,
fucking believe
Antipater himself was assassinated. Would avenge his father's murder later. But while this is all happening, the Parthians lived to the far east and in the region of Babylonia. They come for a short period of time. They crown Aristobulus' son. Remember, this other brother in the war. His son Antigonus, with his name.
Oh, fucking wait.
Bible, and they physically made
This shit
the role of high priest was exceptionally important, especially in the Sabaean era, because it was not incumbent for the high priest and the king to be the same person. Rothschild, Herod's brother, was captured and suicide. Herod, by way of Alexandria, took Rome. He's a big hit. He ends up named the king of the Jews. He returns back to Rome in year 39. The Parthians are driven after an extensive a tremendous bloody conflict. He ultimately approaches and conquers Jerusalem within 7 years. The population. So from that year,
He's gonna know about
Jerusalem.
And it's hot of and even
this the year 4. Stalin made the time, and in ways he ruled the Soviet well. We will have occasion to speak about Herod's madness and his cruelty, but we should also remember at the same time that he was not a typical despot. He apparently had very strong feelings about how the country should be ruled, and he was willing to the local population halfway as long as he could maintain control in the manner that he decided. He invented proposals with them, to speak with them on the he also forgave taxes during the years of drought. There were things that we to which were exceptional in his reign, but the main positive element of his long rule of Israel was his role in the biblical. So we three specific areas where he was curious. The first is, of course, the major renovation of the temple grounds. This is not a reconstruction, of course, but Herod expanded the footprint of the temple grounds. He lavished and decorated the entire facility. He built and most of the stones to the Kotel, the remaining western wall. Most of it was there. In fact, much down you'll find from the Ashmana. You have to go into the archaeological sites to see the lower levels. And this was a calculated ploy which was designed to win over, not successfully, the affections for people. He knew that Herod knew that the temple was definitely the spiritual center of the Jewish people, and by magnifying were developed major connections with long-term population. And also, this didn't work. The fame as a major capital of the ancient world. In fact, the fame of the eternal city did spread far and wide. Many people moved to see the temple as the worship at. But also, at the same time, maintained very strong connections with Rome. Although he himself also somewhat dubious Jewish origin, but of course, he was pagan, and there was always question about how Jewish ruled the domains to begin with forced conversion. But for certain, he was a citizen of Rome. And in Jerusalem, it was difficult to express that well, although he did, for example, attempt to it had a culture that was far more than beloved of the buildings. So it was a very large occupation in this area, but it was essentially a building sitting on the street. One of my favorite tours construction is the Municipal Palace at the Rothschild and Masada, which is in the middle of the desert. You see the Dead Sea in the background there. This gorgeous facility very summer palace. Maybe this is a palace, I'm not really sure. But built with tremendous engineering, ingenuity, and also with an aesthetic sensibility. I've climbed as many young tours have done to the top of Masada. Part of my coming of age experience. And fortunately, the long I was filled with the mountains of Morocco. Enjoyed it's actually something that right now. The palace, one of the silver palaces. And right that gives you a sense of, this vision, connection to the outside world. However, he failed to make connection with the population. Antigonus, who was a legitimate and his father nevertheless, in some cases, he was, if you look at this point, for example, him trying to find the Muslims. This is a heroic from his era, and on the left is the people. This is the first time that Jewish claim since the Persian era had any kind of as an living point. This was considered deeply offensive. Was circulated primarily as the only other things that she construct free of the rules of the so if you compare these people themselves want to take the values make up nothing. I see very multiple wives as coming from the Maccabees.
What do you want to say to the person? You fucking wow. Remember when Obama was like, "We got it." Well, guess what, motherfuckers? We got it. Remember when he's like, "Chicken ass, chicken ass, baby."
Okay. Next one. Particular. Thank you very much. Perhaps a common misconception that the first century was somehow better than more often more aware of the realities that surround them. There are some theological elements to say that perhaps they were more spiritually sensitive than the current generation. I'll leave that to the rabbis to discuss. But when it comes to a historical perspective, I'm reminded of my father's off-statement motto, more taste and the righteousness of the Jewish community in the first century. The common era, the first years of the common era was absolutely incredible. And in many ways, the common was so I'd like to look at 3 weeks today. And then in a follow-up video, I'd like to look at most likely three major how we know about the names almost entirely of Josephus, who discussed in great detail what we will come back to again in major and Philo. I really haven't spoken about very much yet. He is an important person. The philosopher lived in Alexandria, Egypt, and was one of the Jewish thought outside Europe. And both of them gave us some insight into the range of political, religious, and social expectations that can fill in the gaps of revelations from Josephus' testimony. And so on. Really heavily reliant on the overall structure that we get from Josephus and Philo. And I'll try and put some exercise that we still have in their records of these books. But for now, let's look at the first one is really the so-called Pharisees. This is Jewish writings such as the Mishnah, and so on. They may be known as the Jerusalem, which means those who separate. Originally a cast at the Pharisees because they somehow separated from either the political structure of the day or from the lower classes. I'm going to a second. The rabbis took this as an
I feel like it's gonna happen. Motherfucker, one of these days I'm gonna be watching this. I'm like, I didn't even know it.
Find some kind of nasty
It fucking happened.
Another group and the other group take that way, but not saying that's us.
No.
Example.
There's no way. I'm still like,
well, today would be the 24th of which was originally a plural for the so-called Rothschild, the old believers, the traditionalist Jews of the 18th century in particular, and early 19th century, and the term was meant to be an insult to the belief, which is not at all entirely true, but we'll get to that. And ultimately, the Orthodox, so to speak, on that certain idea, that's us for Orthodox. Who are the Pharisees? Who are the Pharisees? They are us, body, sort of identified with the rabbis, the and central tradition so that we spoke about. And this of the time, and it foundation of ancient expression for thousands of years. Again, let me reiterate that during the first century of the Common Era, the first century of the Common Era, there were many definitions of what Judaism is circulating, and many different groups were claimed to that label. The Pharisees or the rabbis of the successor. What to make of that? What to feel? I guess it depends on how you feel about the rabbis. Couple of centuries looking at they were largely and generally speaking, there were priests among them, but they were by and large not associated with the temple in a devout manner. Although there are some fascinating recent analyses that suggest that the temple was in fact designed according to Pharaoh's other Sadducees primarily control they know that as spiritually sensitive elements of the population, and they were charismatic. For example, in the 18th century and 19th century, gathering around them, come to them for spiritual guidance. That's not to say that was actually made a very careful distinction. There's quite fascinating about how one would become engaged up there. Like the membership of a faith circle by agreeing, not necessarily by massive amount of text, which was definitely the rabbis, but by agreeing to be strict about particular practices that had perhaps fallen into traditions. For example, strict about taking time one's produce, and to be very behavior and so on. And so people take on this status for a victim or the rabbis would say, I take to follow God's plan, and they would be considered a cup there. The colleague of the circle. So totally unwashed. This was not that's what I try to build education and meditation as much as possible.
Let's see
at the same time, they were much more broader population. Discussing that this would be something that is father to son within a legitimate line of priesthood.
That bitch is so fucking hot. She was hot in 1959 and hot today.
How many were there? Well, Josephus offers the number 6,000. It's hard to know whether that's a big number or a small number. If it's referring to the leadership, I think that's a pretty big number. If it's referring to everybody who considers themselves Pharisees, it's a very small number. I don't know very much when I contrast that with a larger number. When you contrast that with Josephus' reference to about 4,000 of the Essenes, which were radical, that we'll talk about in our next lecture, then at any rate, in a sense of how they were racial at odds with the political leadership because they disagree of the most important agenda item was following the Torah and following the oral Torah that explains the Torah. And they have very little patience for the Hellenizing of the classes, especially of the class under Aaron. The next so-called Sadducees, they are known in Hebrew as that's where we get that word Sadducees. And they derive their lineage from the Sado, a high priest Sado, who was all the way back to the Persian era. The Sadducees were very interested in ritual, tended to be from the aristocratic classes, very high population of priests among them for obvious reasons. But also their rather extreme organization, others in the Sadducees and the initial advocate. Sadducees are often enemies of the Pharisees. Because Sadducees are often giving the rabbi a hard time and the perhaps answers back. And there's so many reasons why their ideologies are conflicted. The Sadducees had a series of beliefs which were heterodox compared to the Pharisaic beliefs, such as they did not believe it's not correct to suggest they do not believe in the oral Torah at all. It's the Torah itself. Some additional commentary explain how it's translated like, but they disagree definitely extent the authority of the oral Torah and the rabbis. We're frequently allied with and as we the first century, of course, Roman and finally, following once again, you'll see this is terminology. There's a group called the Zealots. Creating a atmosphere of discontent in the century. So these definitely go back to the disagreement over whether Carol as a man or whether Antigonus should be it's not an intra-Jewish associated with various zealots. Yes, to belong. The most notorious of the assassination Thank you very much for
Ari, dude, thank your fucking stream, dog. Fine, please.
in 1947, just months before the modern state of Israel was to be.
People never
The
know
dramatic
how bad
discovery
came to that fucking
massive
You think I grind?
discovery.
I do. I grind caves and people are doing this.
Not just the Dead Sea, hence the name Dead Sea. The series of caves located around a community known as Qumran region of the province of Egypt. This happens to be the library of that community. Documents dated to approximately the common era of 73. They promised to show like nature and society is incredibly important time. Perhaps what it must be like for the early Christians in this period. So it's themselves and ask who wrote them. So here's a map of the modern state of Israel. As you can see, these region or the caves are just to the west of the northern part of the Dead Sea. The is a source of documents from 1997. Documents that occasionally trickle out of the black market, but the major discovery came out in 1947. Here's a look at the topography of the region. James, far up in the hillside, and this would be a place where the outcasts reside, rebels against like the Bar Kokhba rebels, the hiding out, and they're forced to go and then late hiding out. As I mentioned, the selection was positively great. Well, to about 68 of the common era, which exactly sandwiches the Hashmonaim, way of Herod, the rise of the rabbis, of course, period of so very important period in Jewish history and history. It's often the same for the rose. One thing early on is that when these fragments in there, typically entire samples works, but there are pieces of the entire scriptures, the exception. And there are also other documents in here that say otherwise.
I'll be the sea. You ponder
obviously, they must have stored the work, and this was not actually down large communal areas. Recorded they observed that is if you will, a screen kind of he was held defined sense of dressed all in white, that are personal purity with great population. Leaving themselves. Rather in silence. It's not clear. So by the way, very positive. after that quote, the Pharisees would made stereotypes that are named neighbors that they indicate so it's hard to make label stick.
Stupid. Stupid hot. Ariana Rockefeller, stupid hot. Shout out to your bitch ass. I can't wait. Look at the deer. Look at the cow.
Actually,
He doesn't even know. You don't even know about it.
they often contrast themselves, so they can attempt to try and attach these labels existed. Some darkness, perhaps Sadducees and theories of points of possibility. Perhaps the are not unlike requirements that we have been met on him, and perhaps felt that the ritual under they also teacher of righteousness, which may have something like historical figure. It's very difficult to understand. We have other the people call them seekers of things. Some people opine that to the Pharisees, rabbis, because they overlap with Pharisees. All questions that I'm sure over the next century discovered. A lot of things are being discovered now. For example, looking at the DNA content of the animals used to write. Copper. In terms of the content of the dead, so first of all, the biblical texts are know that the biblical texts that are included in the scriptures today were definitely in circulation at the time of God. The texts that the community have are fragmentary, partial texts. In some cases, they are expanded texts. There are larger books, or like a Bible today, but it's material how at the time. But it does indicate that there is definitely a growing consensus about what we canonized as the Hebrew Scriptures. It's generally believed that the faith through the first century. Again, of how it was decided to certain books and what's more fascinating about the Dead Sea Scrolls about how themselves. And as I mentioned, it's hard to put down exactly which they're referring to. Language, for sure. With the Messianic age, that the Messiah was revealed and were prepared for our community because of the new Messianic. This was just in terms of a spiritual vortex. Was ultimately because also, as I mentioned, here,
My baby, your yeah. Many
Let's continue our discussion, which is with
all day.
lectures that
Let's see it.
look specifically at the birth of Christianity. This is obviously a very important moment in world history. Although if you ask most Jews in the first century, they probably would not have noted the appearance of this movement, which would ultimately change the world because it simply faded into the background of so many other things that were going on at that time. But begin the discussion of the political background. So, as you will recall from the previous lecture, Herod dies in 4 on Herod. The Romans are not thrilled with the idea of giving his descendants, that is, those who survived these multiple rages, the title of king. So, his eldest surviving son, one Archelaus, was given the diminished title of Ephod, which means essentially ruler of the not nearly as much power as king per se. Roman authorities. Now, Archelaus was given the most important section of territory in his map here. He was given Judea, more towards the south, and Idumea, the region conquered under the Hashmonaim, and then also Samaria, his mother was actually Samaritan, and up until the Galilee. This was the highest status region of the entire area. It was a mixed population of Jews and primarily Samaritans. His brother Herod was given the western Galilee region and the Perea eastern bank of the Jordan River. And another young brother, Herod, was given the region that was more recently conquered today's Syria. Herod's sister Salome was on the coast, which included Yavneh, which is in the tradition known as Yavneh, a very important place later on in the 3rd century, and also a little bit of territory. So that's the territory. The last one local pressure decided from Europe, exiled to the new settlement of Vienna, which is in the south of France on the Rhone River. It's actually, not too bad if you get exiled to south of France, but this was not definitely an ideal place for a Jew to go. He is nevertheless the first named Jew in France in the 6th century. And the Romans put in place Roman administrators who were called the first prefect, and later called procurators. And even when we would have came a little bit later in the 1st century, it was really the first to be the person in charge and really having power. Two of the most important of these figures were Pontius Pilate, who was extremely important, of course, during the story of Jesus' life and death. And Cassius Florus was very important in terms of understanding the background of the people that were up in the year 66. Now, in terms of the Jewish kings, there were two of them. They were both known as Agrippa and also known as Agrippas. The first one, Herod Agrippa I, reigned from the year 41 to 44. The reason why his kingship was reinstated had less to do with politics in Judea, but more to do with politics in Rome. He was favored by incoming emperors, and as a result, he was given some territory back. There's a lot of interesting things to say about him as an individual, but I'd just like to focus on two things for our purposes today. First of all, he appears negatively in the Christian scriptures, which we talk about more in the next lecture. In the book of Acts, chapter 12, in particular, this is the Agrippa that actually does very badly with James and also Peter. However, in the Talmudic tradition, he appears with some frequency as a sadly heroic figure. And this seems to have a significant amount of historical support. He seems to have been sort of a divided character. He was raised as a Roman and with Roman sensibilities, that is, not so much in tune with the much more religious sensibilities of the population in Jerusalem, especially not the rural countryside. And he would have been much more comfortable in the Roman enclaves of Caesarea, for example. However, he did establish significant connections with the Pharisaic community, and in many ways attempted to, at least feign some kind of support for Jewish ideals. The Talmud describes an unusual passage in which he is invited to read from the Torah, and he comes to a passage that essentially describes how he, as an Idumean, because he was a grandson of Herod, Idumean, would be invalidated from being the high priest, and his eyes full of tears, and the rabbis and friends who are present say, "You are our brother, Agrippa, you are our brother." And for this, incidentally, they were criticized because it was a sort of an obsequious thing to say at the time. Nevertheless, a fascinating figure. It won't take us too far off to discuss him now. His son, as Marcus Julius Agrippa II, is also called king, but not of Judea. He was actually given territories that were primarily not Jewish in the region of Syria that I showed you earlier. He actually was a much more slavish imitator of Roman norms than his father. He actually backed the Roman side and the Roman Jewish war, and very little to do with the actual governance of Judea proper. This remarkable piece of artwork and possibly historical is actually inspired by a passage in the book of Acts, chapters 25 and 26. Paul, about whom we'll say in the next couple of lectures, was called to appear before Agrippa II, the emperor on the left, and also the procurator Antiochus Festus. And actually, very important because that seems pretty ironic and maybe perfect for the procurator. And Agrippa II's sister Berenice, with whom there were all kinds of nasty rumors as well. And there's a passage in the book of Acts in which Paul is told to explain himself and say something about Christianity. And Agrippa II here comes across as a somewhat ambivalent character, not entirely convinced that the way the Christians are being treated is correct. At any rate, that's a very quick look at the prefects and procurators and the kings of the region in the first century. Now, the prefects and procurators had to deal with a lot of difficulties with this population. That culminated, of course, in the Great Revolt of the year 66, extended for about 6 or 7 years. But there were, however, previous revolts. There was a significant revolt in year 6 that seems to have been connected with a census. Jewish culture frowned on taking censuses, indeed for counting people for any reason. So much so that synagogue will convene a prayer, so minyan in Hebrew, and you'll need 10 adult males in the traditional Orthodox minyan. You will never count them by numbers. It's considered inappropriate to count by numbers. You will recite a verse that has 10 words in it, or a blessing that has 10 words in it, and count people as you say the words. We don't know if it's 10 or not. But there was revolt in year 6 for the census. Should be taken, and there are several mentioned in the Torah, but again, outside of our sphere of responsibility for today's lecture. There was also a significant revolt in year 40 when Caligula, then emperor shown here, decided that he, a little bit like Antiochus IV, we talked about a few lectures ago, decided to defile the temple courtyard by erecting a monument to himself, which would be completely out of keeping with Jewish sensibilities, and Jews remain very, very upset about this. And in fact, Roman authorities were saying, Caligula, maybe this isn't such a great idea. They're kind of trying to slow walk his erection and the to himself. Luckily for the region, he was assassinated and he put an end to this rather strange attempt to kill Caligula in the temple. But we definitely are dealing with a population that is suspicious of Roman activity and definitely distrustful of Romans, ready to revolt. The Romans, in particular, as we discussed under Herod the Great about 50 odd years ago, they've set up a base in Caesarea, where it's much more amenable to Roman sensibilities, and it is primarily from Caesarea that most of the Roman administrative decrees are promulgated. One of the most significant of these procurators I mentioned earlier was Pontius Pilate. Here's actually a fascinating stone discovered in the book that actually mentions his name on the second line here. Pilatus is what it shows there. One last thing that we should understand about this period is that it is a period of phenomenal messianic ferment. We already spoke about the Qumran community and the Dead Sea Scrolls. We got a sense of what some of these strange populations, perhaps as seeds, may have been like, what this would have said about the larger society. What about specifically the messianic movement associated with Christianity? So we know, for example, that Josephus, who is our go-to source for the first century, he wrote a magnificent work called Jewish War. We described in previous lectures, talked a little bit about who Josephus was as well. And another major work called the Jewish Antiquities, which is huge. They have a lot to say about internal politics in the first century. It describes, for example, a museum led by a so-called Egyptian prophet, probably a Jew from Egypt rather than an ethnically Egyptian visitor, actually got together troops of followers to meet him on the Mount of Olives, and there was messianic was crushed in the 40s. What does he say about Jesus? So we have a passage in Josephus' writings, which is called Testimonium Flavianum. The dynasty of emperors that had done. Josephus' name was formerly Flavius Josephus, so
I'm like a fucking
somebody about this
I just 6'9",
so our thing for a Jew like Josephus is the idea of being qualities or attributes of God, identical is what God man declared and still remain within Judaism of the century, especially towards the end of it. We'll talk about how there was a synagogue, and this was absolutely clear for the community that it was. And there's some discussion on it.
Millionaires in my inbox.
Wow, that's like the end of the story. The Jewish thought the Messiah, Mashiach, as translated into Greek as Christos, it means essentially the anointed one. So you see that, for example, Samuel, the Samuel anoints Saul, this Christos, Messiah. Now, many scholars have doubted for hundreds of years that this particular paragraph was actually about Josephus. In recent decades, there's been some revision of that, saying that maybe Josephus.
I'm not going to get a chance to watch my fantasy.
Right, an enthusiastic Christian because some elements that seem to be,
they can't even get it right on the computer. How the fuck am I supposed to do it?
Right, but nothing seems so far.
Sending positive
thoughts. He was the Messiah. He was the Messiah.
Like, fuck you.
History stops at that point. He's a king. He takes all of the population and he needs independence, both spiritually and politically. That obviously didn't happen. It would be strange for Josephus to write that, and so on and so forth. forth. So many have the balance is that this particular passage is not really Josephus's writings. The first time it appears in corroborating quotation is in the book of Eusebius, church historian from the late 3rd, early 4th century. And so most scholars assume that this particular passage was somehow inserted between Josephus' death at the end of the 1st century and the time that Eusebius saw it a couple hundred years later. Anyway, I can't say in this context
Wow.
any
Millionaires in my inbox.
side Christian sources gives us a sense of what Jews at that time actually thought about
I got
Christian. In the 1st century, and certainly going into the 3rd century, talk in a couple of lectures about how the Talmud describes the separation of church and synagogue, and how the synagogue goes backward upon the events that
You be happier?
for the Christian.
I don't know if you understand how fucking happy
To
to be.
not really make a ripple in the future resources that we have. Anyway,
This
what
is
I'm gonna say
fucking
about
huge.
Let us continue with the next lecture, and we're going to look specifically at Jesus in the context of his Jewish. Thank you very much for watching.
What's the biggest fucking highlight, stream-wise, that we've ever had? What, did it
Now
go
that
down? Is that the biggest one? It's certainly has been like 4 people talk to one. No, maybe
I'd like
one.
to turn our attention to
Never.
one specific biography, of course, and just
Two.
not only
Definitely
history, but
two.
real
That was
history.
great.
It's a topic that may attract a certain amount of attention. The comment box and a lot of welcome and unhelpful additions. And so if you see that I've turned off the comments and the opinions that I've just given up and
We ever have one consistent chat at the beginning.
our discussion of the course of Jewish history in the ancient world. For much of world history had phenomenal impact on the following millennia.
Yeah, or we just need to fucking end it. Fucking God, dude.
Today,
If once you end that fucking we'll cut it up, upload it.
From a biographical perspective, from a historical perspective, who was this person?
And everybody will know about it. Rabbi is
Of course, himself was Jewish, and virtually all of the audience were Jewish. Virtually everyone he interacted with was Jewish. It was only later, next generation, specifically under Paul in particular, that Christianity becomes much more Gentile than that. That is something that the majority of adherents are not ethnically Jewish. Let's focus today. Jesus' life. We can glean about it and look to period and later next. Now, the quest for historical Jesus is not a new one, and I've done many attempts to try and figure out, based on the Gospels, what exactly we can say with certainty of Jesus' life. All the New Testament, that is the Christian scriptures, are quite different from the Hebrew scriptures. The Hebrew scriptures, which really a national library of spirituality, goes covered hundreds of years and has many, many different ways. Of course, in traditional Jewish thought, the first 5 books were dictated by Moses, more say, but not necessarily. And then the subsequent volumes were all inspired by God in some way, but specific authors, particular time, place, context. The New Testament, they're different. It has, a tremendous demonstration by very strong authors on a very specific topic, one particular point in time in concentration. There are 4 biographies of Jesus. Later, that follow the Gospels. Of the 4 Gospels, the first 3 are called the Synoptic Gospels because they more or less line up with each other. Not precisely. There are some difficulties details that are added in some of the synoptic gospels and not in others, apparent contradictions between them. And so for hundreds of years, there have been attempts to create a single gospel based on those. The fourth gospel of John is rather different. It has lots more material, different tone in many ways. A lot of these four basic sources, can we actually create a historical picture of Jesus? So lots of attempts have been made. The most interesting, I think, is that of one of them, Thomas Jefferson, created this book here. This is actually in his own hand, like the whole Jesus of Nazareth, extracted textually, as we should see, literally from the Gospels. And here's what he actually did. Actually took up razor and edited out those passages that he felt were redundant or perhaps nonsensical, like miraculous events, and he tried to create a human biography by removing lots of excess material and by combining the gospel in one kind of coherent way. I do not recommend you try this.
Hey, did you
It will get
end
a lot of
yet?
trouble. Razor can be
Oh,
nevertheless, you know, this is very difficult to ask. What kind of sources can we bear to understand historical sources? So obviously we have the Christian scriptures, which are the letters of Paul. You will date after the death of Jesus. So we don't have any contemporary sources, although Gospels and others may have been inspired, certainly were by oral tradition. Contemporary sources. The least one that we have written down is something like 10 or 20 years written after the death of Jesus. And we have a couple of passages in Josephus. We talked about the testimony of the Adam, most important one in this video. But the references on Josephus are less about Jesus and more about Christians, especially the ones written towards the end of his life. And then we have Tacitus, the Roman authors, with not necessarily a very charitable view of Jews, and by extension of Christians. And again, just like Tacitus, is not really very difficult to flesh out biography. We have some fascinating material from non-canonical texts, like these Gospels of Thomas, of Mary, and Peter that were discovered elsewhere. These are, for example, like the discussion of Maccabees, texts that were not included in the Christian canon that formed the Bible, but were still circulating in antiquity. That we have church fathers, of course, they have to be discontinued so much later, especially relying on the kind of materials that we still have preserved, cases perhaps material lost. And finally, we have the Talmud that is much later. The events described, that they may rely on oral traditions as well. One of the important things about understanding the Talmud as a historical source is that, you know, the rabbis in the Talmud, not really fair, ask them to teach us history, and they're trying to teach us religions, Judaism. And so they're saying much about how Judaism views Jesus, again, at some distance, and have some elements and so on. Anyway, when we pull those things together as best we can, this is what we have as scholarly consensus. No, I'm talking about a scholarly consensus, not necessarily that of a believer, because we have Jews who hear the scriptures as, you know, inspired word of God in one form or another. The assessment of the validity, specifically the historicity of the text we're describing for Christians, depends a lot on how you approach those things. So if you boil down just what scholars agree on, they basically say the following: the general consensus Jesus was a historical person. Well, actually, somewhere between 6 people in the Common Era until about the year 26 to 36 of the Common Era. And for those of you who watched some of these videos, let me mention that the terms BCE, before Common Era, and CE, Common Era, generally replace before Christ and Anno Domini, BC and AD, because this is a term used generally by secular scholars or by non-Christian scholars. So it's not divided by it, that is the particular scholarly. So roughly when he lived, you can patch these together from Roman records and other Judean sources as well. We know that he spent in Nazareth, which is in the Galilee region. We know he was baptized by John the Baptist. The relationship between them, but we know he debated a topic of morality was primarily wrapped in some of his ministry in the region from Hebron in the south, Sidon in the north, distinctly non-Jewish. Also a discussion of time in Egypt as a child, but his primary in Israel. And finally, he was crucified by the Romans under Pontius Pilate, the Pope, spoke about nothing basic what we know. We don't know his huge, specifically try to understand it in the context of his Jewish because he was a first century Jew. How did his community understand what he was saying? Don't know, for example, exactly what his relationship to the Torah and to what was his relationship to the seething of the day, and what was his relationship to his relationship to non really big why
And this
teachings of Jesus that we have today do not come by mediated from Jewish. They primarily translations of what Jesus would have said. He would have spoken Aramaic, a little bit of which is kind of like a exactly a dialect, a form of Greek, let's say, that was common throughout the region. The text that in terms of translated text must distribute, especially cultures how different is the cultural pattern of Jerusalem. In revolt,
what?
One example, though, Jews stood the bottom of a truck,
Dog.
with God and was sending a message to God in history. So the person to says, get that Babylonia, total people are going to be destroyed. The story there. And it's much more problem of the whole man who is a philosopher, like Socrates or Plato or Aristotle, that is maybe distinct from his and the ideal. And it's not necessarily individual. It does not come with a burning message that God wants people to behave differently. So one of the things that will change as the authors of the text in the New Testament convey these ideas to a audience. Furthermore, what exactly is writing these things down, and do they have a specific agenda that is trying to listen? Paul in particular is especially important depending on who he is speaking to. Look at the public address. We're trying to understand teaching in Jewish context. Let's cover 3 areas that we identified. First of all, in some passages in Gospels and Scriptures, we have rabbis and Jesus about specific practices, such as, for example, food washing. Now, if you are not familiar with Jewish practice, and you told to say, or the is everybody wash their hands before they are they waiting clean or something? Is this something about hygiene? Of course, if you understand that within the Jewish context, you're right away. We're talking about whether or not Jesus submits himself to a rabbinic law, in which there is a specific rule that says that before you say the blessing read, you must wash your hands in a very long discussion about why that's so. But it was really a affiliation with Jewish authority and with the authority of the rabbis to teach the practice. There's a famous passage in the Talmud in which Rabbi some of the answers provides suggest that it's not. Sabbath was made for man and not man for Sabbath, things like that. On the other hand, there are passages like Matthew 5:17 in which it says, I have come not to abolish the law, but to fulfill it. By the way, until law is my attempt at to translate Torah, of course, the Hebrew context. Torah, which means is much larger than the law. In fact, law and religion is a way and the way and the direction. The law is novel. You have to speak to the express. Anyway, so there is this is like rebelling against rabbinical authority, or is transit evolutionary way. There's a lot of ambiguity. It's always debated. Secondly, political minority talked about Sadducees and the Pharisees and the Zealots and stuff. There's no question that this is closest to the Pharisees. In the sense that, simply just regard or that strangers will, because of those are close, we care for each other. And so it's not surprising to see that there's a lot of philosophical debate which is really like that. There are some things where Jesus appears to them. Christians are very closely based on justice. For example, as read unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and to God what is God's, which seems to fit with the Pharisaic idea of we're not to defeat the Roman Empire, it's just to pay our taxes, our heads down, and occupy ourselves with our inner spiritual world. But on the other hand, like a zealot, on disrupting the status quo, such as the traumatic moment in the public courtyard, which overturned the tables of the money chambers and things like that. Which is, by the way, so that is zealot. By the way, if you really want to get this to be nuts and bolts, I would recommend the Jewish Testament, published by the University Press, which has some amazing essays to that, which kind of give an overall context. And then, of course, the entire New Testament with lots of footnotes that will be special. We're not familiar with the large context. I am familiar with the Jewish context, so much with the New Testament environment. Really enjoyed it. So, politically, it's hard to place Jesus on the spectrum. Jewish agenda is fascinating. As I mentioned, the vast majority of people that Jesus interact with, maybe less so than the region which is now Lebanon, that's right today, the vast majority of people Jews. What would he have said about Gentiles? Read some things backwards from the later works, for example, Civil Galatians 2, which James, who is based in Jerusalem, is apparently placed in charge of results circumcised. By the way, circumcised was uncircumcised sort of binary that was in Hebrew scripture. So James, Jerusalem, is in charge of speaking to Jews, and Paul is placed in charge of a different gospel to the uncircumcised person. It's a different gospel. And you see that there's some conflict occasionally about how are these Jewish interact. Should you have Jewish Christians, for example, sitting down at a meal with Gentile Christians or Jewish ethnic origins? And this is the thing that turns into a question of the law. Is Jesus talking about Christianity in the Jewish to observe the Sabbath, the dietary laws, circumcision, and so on, and or he wipes out all of those requirements, especially for Gentiles, only for Gentiles. These are really large and big questions, difficult to answer given the expansive nature of the New Testament. Let us now discuss Jesus' life, which of course is extremely important. This period is passion. And what we're looking at on the screen here is very powerful work of Mark Chagall, European Jewish artist. It's called by Jean Blanche, the White And as you can see from just the first verse of Jesus, so Spanish Inquisition and when he's crying, because this painting was created in 1938, there's momentous moment underneath the work of Tennessee Jesus throughout these those still desperate, perhaps in 1919, you see the men are there, the flags over, so both those technologies still out on the air. Some of them are actually reaching him to take the Torah. It looks like he has an arm around me. I think we should have of a Nazi, perhaps, to destroy the Torah. I don't know. But above Jesus' head, meanwhile, fly these angelic beings, and they're clearly distressed. Who do they represent? You know, Jesus' ancestors, perhaps, his descendants, but clearly they're disturbed by the way in which not only Jesus is crucified, but all the suffering that has followed. My teacher in this period was a great scholar named Alan Zaidi at the University of Toronto. He would speak about the Passion. He would emphasize how the basic Christian theology is really ground zero level, is that Jesus was not killed by the Jews. The Jews were not to blame for the death of Jesus. But that goes exactly the opposite direction of how the theology should evolve. But the point is that Christ died for our sins, like 1 Corinthians, as only in places, that Jesus died to save the entire world, right? Suffering a servant, the Lamb, for God so loved the world. This is the message. To displace the blame for the death onto another people is exactly the opposite of what this passage contains. I am hardly a Christian theologian, but it seems to me that this is reasonable. You really see it, placed in Catholic law, and it's very popular in the 1960s. He was out of it, and he was out for a Holocaust. What have we been saying about the Jews? Let's make sure that it's not misunderstood. Different millennia of Jews have been constantly charged with deicide. That is the idea that being killed, this the killing of God, and this has been extremely difficult aspect. Really, at the heart of anti-Semitism. We're going to come back to another context later. But let us focus what we find now in this video looking at the biography of Jesus. Let's try to understand how he was thinking about that and why. No question, as far as greed, the trial as presented in the Gospels is famous for does not make sense by what all about it could not have happened as described. For example, was he charged with blasphemy? Well, trial does not in any way conform to how a Jewish court would work, how a Sanhedrin would work, and a big that penalties of the period. And it just doesn't make sense. Was he tried for, political issues? Right? Possible, but on the other hand, in the case, what it was also it's hard to reconstruct what we have from the account that we have in the Gospels. It's also helpful that the text really emphasizes the way in which the Romans wanted to mock Jesus as a Jewish leader. I see it in this both sides when we should that. It describe how the letters I with positive of his cross, so this was the Jesus of Nazareth, the King of the Jews. And so God wanted to underline this messianic aspect of it, that it's so through politics dies. Jesus as the King of the Jews. I don't know if my opinion on this is very much on specialist in this area, but it seems to me that there may have been some elements of the Jewish community who regarded Jesus as the King of the Jews. The routes he also had a certain critical mass of followers that was able to build this church with such tremendous impact. But I could this was know he crossed the wrong person at the wrong time. He was keeping this Jews especially. Jews, when Jesus stand up, it's also important to note much of the description that we receive from late sources offers considerable detail, often with negative connotations against Jewish participation. And this is certainly called with increasing gentilization of the church. As the church becomes less and less of a Jewish family affair, Jewish mission, so to speak, becomes much more of a global movement that attracts development and recipients and youth, whatever, that then it becomes much more of us versus them kind of phenomenon. It's much easier to let me use the passion by discussing what thing, especially not just difficult for. That is the so-called blood according to chapter 27, verse 20. And again, this is very historical, but those Jews, even the legend one of my people played it. We would like to have Jesus the Rabbi as the gospel speaks. People say, this book lips and conscious power that means I will kill Jesus. The response of the Jews, which has been tried at this so-called is to say, his blood be us on our children. Meaning, we Jews take responsibility, and so do the generations. Now, many scholars have argued that given when the gospel according to Matthew was composed, probably after the destruction of the temple, or in the context of the book, is a reflection of the next generation, like a prefigurement of what would happen in the generation after Jesus was killed. Fortunately, over the centuries, this has been taken as a justification by some anti-Semitic violence, arguing that all time somehow accept responsibility for Jesus. She has mentioned in this discussion exactly theology not the Jews, but this takes her further history than next, as all been specifically separation between Jewish and Israel, wall themselves off from this new idea of Christianity and have to move the evolving Christian church changes from being an inclusive to much larger
The same guy. Literally the same guy.
That previous video is very hard because I'm not interested in anyone. I'm not interested in specific promoting a particular point of view of history other than what's that makes sense to me. And, it's hard to avoid it. Topics that we perceive, but we get our living comfortable with in the fact of Christianity, and we've got those people who are here and Christians who are around. To understand how the church is so far. So let's begin that discussion now. Undoubtedly, the direction Christianity took after Jesus died. We have to look at the word of Saul, also known as Satan. Now, Paul never actually met Jesus in conventional real life. He encountered the risen Jesus as he describes the road to Damascus. He made a depiction of his face. Check this out. This is how the risen posture with the imperial host and so on. The story that called describes what sees the risen Jesus struck the time, struck those days, every day for him. Eventually, comes to his senses and realizes he's going to go on a mission to talk about Jesus before we leave the course is at the center of the conversation. How emotion, calm, force, I was not an artist, but I love these. Anyway, back to Paul. He goes on this massive journey, devoting his life, touring the Eastern. He goes on the Italian Peninsula, and his route reaches to the Iberian Peninsula. He's speaking primarily to the Jewish audience in the diaspora and to those small diaspora communities. Reaching out, talk about Jesus' sad society. Now, it is not this one to understand that Christianity has a tremendous amount to offer the people of it. It took some of the key ideas of Jesus, such as after death, the big plus, a personal faith that actually lives in prayer that is full of mercy, that has requirements for humanity. That there is a mission. All kinds of really amazing things. And of course, attaching it to a version of the great message at the same time, Christianity is a sort of high barrier. Judaism is very much ethnicity of people. One main version, for example, is very interesting and gets to the right views. So, and in order to make that really good, one would have to submit mail to certain ritual commitments like this. Dietary law, these things are like especially beneficial. So there are a lot of Gentiles.
Give me this fucking hot dog.
Maybe attracted to this, not necessarily I can take those kind of responsibilities. There's a huge audience, yes. At the same time, one of the most honest questions is going to be asked is like, so what do other Jews? And he's going to explain the relationship between this new emergent theology and the other Jewish Judaism. This is where
Now Gary's watching you right now. Where is he? Where are you watching? Where are you watching? Don, tell him to start a new fucking pod. Please tell him to start a new pod. Ori, please, start a new pod. This is a very important pod, and we need it. And he is a fucking grinder, and he can go so long. You're amazing. New pod.
Clearly, the ecclesiastic church synagogue, to jump ahead for a few centuries to illustrate this point, you see it.
God, you're amazing.
Here's some monumental
God is amazing.
that shows on the ecclesia church, and you can see she's got an upright staff.
Vodka is so. Shout out to Vodka. Shout out to Vodka.
Clear-eyed. The right is the fallen sinner. You can see that she's reading her hand falling out of her hand. The staff that represents her authority. She's fine. She's like fallen. This kind of image contrasts in the church, in which the synagogue is over again. This versus Judeo. Here's another example. 100 This is from Notre Dame. Has all the same kind of elements, but her eyes are clearly allusion to serpent of someone that is not permitting her to seek the truth of Christianity. And here's
Gotcha.
notorious.
Gotcha. If you're listening, we got to put pressure on him.
That all the church out by heaven.
Ari, what's the weight of the dude? Move on, Ari.
Significance. On the way, synagogue, broke her staff, cropped off the head, blindly, just to make sure a sword is tied to the divine displeasure.
He led to
By the way, it's kind of fascinating.
It's not a new bond.
It seems to be really
Yeah. You're 1,000% right.
So,
Shout out to
Paul extends out later where the
we can talk about the pills we've taken in the past, not a new bond.
Replacement theory. There are passages in writings that suggest that
I don't need a new bond. Just the slam. Sounding like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Still, while all this happens,
I can do it in like 10 seconds. I don't want to annoy him though.
Around the same time, this particular text
Yes.
is called, let's say,
This is Arnold. Here we go. Arnold.
It's creation of the book. Page 28. A person named Shmuel passage blessings somehow to make it clear Jewish Jews. This period of time,
Here we go. This question.
what Jews should believe, what the Christian may practice. And so, they asked Samuel to create this blessing, which is it's not actually a blessing, it's really a curse. Placed in the but if you look at itself, it says in English, it says for curse. Now that is a mystic term here for a Jewish Christian. And the wickedness is cut off, etc., etc. And the idea is that as much of the darkness was being a Jewish Christian, a Jew was they would ask this publicly as part of the prayer service.
Thank you.
Message. It was kind of like a on the other hand, if they admitted it, would be hurting themselves as a Christian. Theoretically, could be legal, not only from the pulpit, but from the synagogue. There's some analysis of that the gospel pointed John. The gospel is more focused and vegetable than the gospel. This is to the synagogue of Satan. This is kind of like that from a Jewish perspective, marked off its ideological boundary that was not present before the inclusion of this text. So we see that the family dispute is really sour and separating out people. Finally, what is that by the time we get to the 24th century, Christianity has become so popular, attracted to Christianity as well. But this where you can see this vision, and you can see this cross, and you can see the picture, and together, the Christianity, that's when the converted story associated.
You're starting a new thought. Someone.
Now, one heavily truth, and not only gospel like Paul, who was engaged in history, but also the Romans and Christians to the like that. This represents a dramatic turn where the Spanish religion is now state.
God, come on.
That's actually Europe until I hope you found this useful. Politics and specifically at the of race.
Hate this. I need this fucking clip. Come on, Rothschild, if you're out there and you're watching this, you fucking sleep. I need this fucking interview, dog. His dick is fucking controlling his orientation right now. Focus, dog.
Was also pronounced Area, which is a very important center in the coast of this city in the context of the Great. It was a major northern center in this period. Where it's located.
We need a new pod, dog.
Today.
Oh man, I'm so glad when I play 24 hours. I'd be freaking out. I'd be fucking freaking out.
Elements of the movie was this dichotomy between the concept of collection of Israel and the discipline and the collect of bureaucratic.
You need to recollect yourself. All your links are broken. New fucking God.
Spoke quite a bit about the context of movement of Christianity. Also, we spoke about in the context of Dead Sea Scrolls. There's a lot of people anticipating the revival of Messiah, which in Jewish thought is something that we can with this world ruler was initiated during freedom for the Jews in Israel, and then all kinds of other amazing things. This is happening at the same time that Rome has let go of the reign of what's going on in Israel specifically. There's a lot of anarchy and banditry. There's a lot of lawlessness in the streets. They're not preparing because Romans are engaged very heavily in their own self-serving lives, taking lives and things like that. There's also Israel is never an area that's completely free of non-Jews. There are mixed populations in Israel, and not everyone there feels comfortable with the Jewish what that language is. So, right? Basically, we know the story of that part of the world. And there are provocations that really come from the non-Jewish minorities in many others. Also, later in Yemen, also known as Yemen, the local population specifically agitated to prevent Sudan into his disastrous decision to set up the island himself. It turned out, as discussed earlier, that was assassinated. But nevertheless, there was a lot of friction between non-Jewish and Jewish populations in Israel. During this time, the combination of those two factors tended to push the Pharisees and the zealots, and there's a qualified sympathy for the desire to throw off the yoke of Rome. It was not a full-throated endorsement, but there was nevertheless more evidence that the zealots were towards the right side of history, and that was, as best we can tell, the mood of the mood of the Pharisees in the late 50s, and the people followed the Pharisees. The spark that occurred to Caesarea was one day. It had to do with a property dispute. It seems that the Jews were renting a local space from a non-Jew for a synagogue, and they wanted to actually buy the space. The non-Jew did not want to sell it to him. In fact, he wanted to evict him. The Jews must have some kind of lease arrangement because they wanted to make an official. The local culture was just employed. It was known for his insensitivity to Jewish causes. He took their money in an agreement to hear their case and promptly ignored it. So what ended up happening is on that particular Shabbat of the year 66, some local miscreants consider from Josephus whether it's the same person as the owner of the building or perhaps someone who's involved in this. This individual had a demand on the ritual idolaters sacrificed the birds right at the entrance to the synagogue. Over the first year in such a way that apparently he was aware of some of the laws of violence and the complicated laws involved missing our containers and defilement and more complex than we can get into right here. But at any rate, it really enraged the Jewish population. Some of the more hot-headed elements of the community rose up against riot, but found that the mood of the local population in Caesarea, which was again the cities, not one of the more Jewish cities, the tide of dividing turned against them. What ended up happening was Justice Flores turned a blind eye to this. He arrested the Jewish petitioners who had asked to fight them in the first place, and the rest of the Jewish community actually fled with their tortoise to nearby Narbonne. The news of the events in Caesarea soon reached Jerusalem, a much larger Jewish population, a much more religiously inclined population, and there was an uproar as to the matter. President Flores sent troops to Jerusalem in order to find Marcel, the arrest, and while he was there, he actually seized a relatively small amount of money from the Jewish, which is a more impressive reaction, and was not going to calm down the population. In fact, the local population had been up around Nassau, begging for money on behalf of Justice Flores to launch it. That's something good information between the cultures of the violence got actually quite serious, especially in the upper city, and people were killed in bloodshed. And plenty of fortresses was later to the north of the Temple was actually isolated in prison within. King Agrippa II, the Jewish king, was actually not the king of Judea proper. He was really a king of the regions of the north. We spoke about him a little while ago. He attempted to calm things down and failed, and as a result, fled to the north and avoided the bloodshed. He would later actually end up failing to go on the Romans, but that's what it was later. Menon, the son of Judas, the Galilean, arrived with one of several fellow leaders. And in this context of the upheaval, Elazar suspended sacrifice in honor of the emperor, and that essentially meant that the revolt was over. Up until this point, Jews had always maintained a regular sacrifice in honor of the emperor. This was all the way back to Silas, I believe. And the idea of softness, now, there was some fascinating discussions of all these events as well, and significant color to all of them. But for the time being, it was primarily presented to account, and perhaps in another context, we can come back to the details of the time of the whole process as well. At this point, the political sources that the University of Massachusetts, a fairly small number of states, could not handle the right. The governor of Syria and the region of map. He arrived with the Manasseh region. 12 region. We're talking now about 20,000 soldiers. So he comes down from the north and he makes his way through the region until he gets to Jerusalem. Now, just remember that these legionnaires are professional trained soldiers. We're talking about maximum 23,000 rebels spread out throughout the entire region without discipline, without arms, without training. They have the advantage of going with cuisine, and they have the advantage of local contacts, but they were at a serious disadvantage from fighting actual troops. Nevertheless, He saw what kind of opposition he was facing, and he was intimidated by it. Jewish rebels. He decided to retreat, and on his way back, he met disaster. Specifically, the pass called Beit Horon. The Beit Horon pass is a narrow strip that requires essentially a couple of soldiers walking side by side as they make their way down this one pass, and the rebels were able to ambush them and actually not terrible Franciscus Gallus's legion. They actually captured the eagle standard of the 12th Legion, which was a tremendous insult. It's kind of like capturing the flag, huge symbolic value. And they also, the symbolic value, the real value, to capture all of the Roman siege equipment in the next couple of years of the war. Cestius Gallus actually survived the encounter at Beit Horon, but he was forced to live back, and he really did not be. This meant that one had significantly accelerated their efforts. Next, we'll explore the second phase of the war, when Rome decides to send a much more battle-hardened general, Vespasian, along with considerably more troops to prosecute the war. Thank you very much for watching. In Pharaoh's role, the Emperor Nero is very disputed, obsessed with Gallus, but he realizes that he has to take matters in hand, and so he sends a much more significant general, here shown as Vespasian, to deal with the rebel in Judea. And at this point, it's referred to Josephus, who originally had given command of the northern of Korea. He's very important for us because he is the primary historian that we rely upon for first Roman Jewish war. He was a first person participant in that war, so he's actually relaying things that he saw himself. But he also goes on to predict as one of the Roman historians overall, providing a particular detailed look at the trees of early antiquity. We have occasion to touch on that. Josephus, is an associate had some experience with all of the development at the time. He's the command of the north, very important region. But unfortunately, the first is attacked by Vespasian, who comes in with 60,000 troops, and it stays for 6 to 7 years. 67 essentially conquers the entire region. In the center there, you see Yotapata, in March 35, which is where Josephus was established, and he actually withstood a lot of siege over but finally they were forced to surrender. As a result of a bizarre suicide that Josephus manages to survive, he surrenders to Vespasian, and then convinces Vespasian that he would be a great ally for him. This ultimately takes Josephus at his word, and he accepts like the official Jewish expert. He, in other words, he turns coat as an ally of the government, betraying his country, which makes him a difficult source to rely on in many ways. Nevertheless, Josephus is our main resource for the entire period. And Josephus will describe the rest of the war. In Jerusalem, the rebels were active, particularly in Galilee, the conflict and make them very serious. There are now several different leaders. There are the leaders of the local aristocracy and the high priesthood, who are at the center of what becoming sort of a proportional government that was set up in the beginning of the war in 66. Factions fight bitterly. The heads of the United Leadership, including the high priest. There is tremendous rivalry between all the factions of the Zealots, to the point that they not only fight with each other, they even burn each other's siege supplies, which turns out to be disastrous because, of course, Vespasian will ultimately not handle the siege against them, because so often that the Zealots were based on Masada at this time. That's a very important fortress on the banks of the Dead Sea, not too far south of Jerusalem. They actually attacked attacked the nearby village, the Jewish village of Ain on Passover night as a result of kind of internal conflicts. Meanwhile, Jews are fighting each other and the Asia makes this and locks up the able to have key battles there and some smaller conflicts. He leaves Jerusalem alone until 68.
Well, Bill,
At that point, and there is a very significant competition in Rome for who is going to be the next emperor. Ultimately, Vespasian is invited to take that role, and he returns to Rome in the year 70. He hands the command over to his son Titus, also a very able general, who ultimately bring him to its conclusion when they attack him. But at the time, is Jerusalem, there are two main leaders in Shimon ben Gioria and Judah of Githala. And they're fighting with each other when they realize they're about to be attacked by Titus. They decide they're taking temporarily. When the time Titus arrives, there are about 25,000 rebels. Who are four Roman legions, about 80,000 battle helmets. I'm not going to see how the battle goes. First, the Vespasian in the summer of the year 70, they enter the northern city. They're able to reach the second wall that lets them into the Temple Mount, which is the primary goal of their attacks. They attack the Antonia fortress, which is not built by building north of the Temple Mount. You see in that square area there in the center, right? But the rebels pushed away Vespasian's attack in June of that year. Vespasian returns to the siege wall all the way around the city in order to choke them supplies that could come in. The left Jews essentially starved for about 2 weeks. They're starved about that year. That the zealots in their zeal to defeat another, they actually built most of their siege supplies, did not have extensive foodstuffs. And after about 2 weeks or so, impermeable wall in place, then he makes a second advance in July. Falls results in the destruction of the temple itself. This occurred on the 9th day of August, would have been late August of 70, and to the present day, this particular event is marked by fasting all around the world. They sit for the congregations, they endure this mourning for years ago. The temple is built to the ground, but it continue with that. Essentially ended with the destruction of the temple, which demonstrated the utility of messianic hopes through ancient. However, fighting continued for a few more years, even to the possibly 74 of the was built out inside Jerusalem, and significant event was which is shown here. It's a dramatic fortress, a palace of Herod, it's an ancient palace, and it's a very part of the desert, and it's essentially the only way to really attack something is to climb its faces, which are steep, at least on 2 sides of it, and very, very actually do its defenses. The rebels have been laid a tremendous amount of supplies, so they could actually pass there for many years. Nevertheless, the Romans were brilliant and dogged engineers. They ended up climbing the mountain, and they built a siege tower that was about 80 meters or 2 feet high to be able to reach the final wall. When they came to the very last barrier, which was wood, and they set it on fire, the rebels located in the compound realized that there was no way to get soldiers out. And so, a dramatic act, almost thousands of soldiers, men, women, and children did mass suicide overnight rather than have themselves be turned over as slaves. It was a dramatic moment in Jewish history. Complex moment that has reverberations in modern the ideology as well. We will come back towards the end of this series. The Romans acted significant punishment on the remaining population, and we will go into this detail about the diaspora. Symbolically, use their capital coins. It's actually printed examples of this form. And I have a portrait of Vespasian. You can see him wearing the litter of victory. The right is a Roman soldier standing by the most important exports of Israel time, and there was a woman with her in her hand, and she is representing the Judean. So you have Captain meets and this was propaganda. Like messages that circulate everywhere. See that it means something. It was very important way of advertising state power. And just to show you a couple of examples of this, sometimes the Roman soldier is portrayed as being way pushed compared to show the dominance of Rome, and in some, especially killing cases, she's actually shown with her hands bound behind her back as a slave. The Romans also celebrated the erection of the arch. You see it here, and inside the arch, you zoom in a little bit, there is a depiction of the Roman victory spoils. Look at it, you can see that the candelabra called the Millennium. So we're still in the Mount area. Scholar at the university did some chemical analysis of the sculpture, and he was able to reconstruct how it says legacy outage. Perhaps that was referring to the tablets of the law. Didn't necessarily carry. Or the sign next to it says candelabra. They did holy of the Greek, which is Shokan, the state. The Romans also imposed some terrible taxes and some restrictions. But there is a saving moment in all this. We have lost the Pharisees. Rabbi saw early on and a rather dramatic moment. He has to he makes a request of the faith. The runner says to the station, give me the city of Yavne, and its a safe base where the pacifist Pharisees retreat and continue to engage in this in which future traditions work together, and the future through studying the traditional values values and tenets. We consult this in future lectures. Thank you very much for watching.
Reset God. Are you freaking serious, people? This is what unmotivated. This is what this is crazy. Perfect, Ethan. I love you.
We have scattered data points from different sources that all reveal something about
Thank you.
rebellion.
What did happen?
I can say one thing to begin with. Scholars, this is Jewish war or something. Side of Israel. Let's try to read some things about this.
No way.
The key to the very rule of the Emperor Trajan.
Thank you.
That's the structure. It's absolutely terrible.
Why would you allow it? Why would you allow it? Why? Restart the fucking God, dog. Dog. Reset the fucking God. Are you seeing this? This is such absolute horseshit. This is bullshit, dog. Just reset the fucking God, man.
Now with that temple, what exactly was the period of phenomenal
Reset the fucking God, man.
And Israel survived this. The Romans, they certainly understand about any possibility. And so there were all kinds of measures put in place to try to defeat the Jews spiritually, psychologically, graphically, and financially. This was there for to. This was a replacement of the Akasi Sashnika, the half-sex attacks. Jews had really good times. All of the people of this Judea attacks took that money and toward, but instead of devoting it to the young people, people expected to grow next to the young people. So it was really offensive for the Jews. At the same time, the messianic ferment that we saw was still continuing. In fact, it would take another couple of decades before it would find its final defeat in the second century. Trajan himself, towards the end of his rule, became very into the part of Persian empire. The Persian Empire, the successor empire, is the Sasanians. That's when the Ottoman. But at any rate, Trajan way before it's actually penetrated all the way to the very bottom of Mesopotamia. That is this region here, like a yellowish color going right down to the Persian Gulf. This was briefly controlled by was that Jews in Mesopotamia decided to go against Roman makers. Since the 6th century before the Common Era, meaning for 100 years, sunk deep into that. And when the Romans were invading, they took up arms to defend This
We did it. We got it.
is right.
Oh, well,
Lucia Wyatt,
fucking and
in charge of the region, almost in charge of also devastating population and resistance to element of the rebellion was requires this early creation in other activities and maybe I should put it away. The Ketose rebellion is surname, just Wyatt. That's probably how we get his name, essentially out here. Perhaps because of his notorious activity, putting Jewish rebels in, or I shouldn't say the rebels, with defenders of his name, but it could also have to do with slavery. But as I mentioned, the diaspora affair was certainly not limited to Mesopotamia with the advance of Irish territory in 114. But you can see that also on the coast of North Africa in particular. Let's have a look at where you can see the extent of the Roman Empire at the time of Trajan. First of all, we have the activity in Mesopotamia, which is the Parthians. But we have some interesting things that keep us going at nature activity in this town. The pronunciation pronunciation.
including Arabic. Including Arabic. Oh, it's got Arabic in it. Agricultural jobs. Oh, you talk about it. You didn't hear about it. I joined your Discord. Tell me to. If you wonder what we're doing, oh, I've been up all night trying to get this fucking bug, and I finally got it. Now we're gonna upload it to Eddie Craven, and we're gonna change this.
I assert that there may have been some kind of messianic issue to this, because there is an individual who's referred to as Huas in one source and Andreas in a different source. So
I can't believe it. He ended the fucking live. This is fucking amazing. This is absolutely game changer.
A Hebrew name and a Greek name, a local name. I myself have to try to have a Hebrew name and I have Henry, which I published under stuff like that. So anyways, but he referred to himself in one of these sources as a king. So that implies some kind of unusual political, although and under this report slash Andreas, there was a report of
He was gonna fucking have me at 24 hours. I was thinking something.
It's an interesting aspect of this report that it seems to be one that is definitely attacking the Lord. I can remember just a few decades of construction of the temple, and a lot of Jews were very angry. And let's not forget that a lot of Jews, particularly rebels in the First War, have fled to various and they could be influenced in this uprising. Yeah, one of our most important historians that helps keep us going is Cassius Dio. He was a Roman historian who was active in the first half of the 3rd century. And he's great for a lot of things, but there's certain areas where we just don't know how seriously to take it. So, for example, when he describes this rebellion in Guinness, he puts it like this, in this language. Meanwhile, the Jews in the region of Guinness had put Andreas to bed and would destroy both the Romans and the Greeks. They would, here we go, they would eat the flesh of their victims, make belts for themselves of their entrails, anoint themselves with their blood, and wear their skins for clothing. So that's not all those. Many they sawed in two from the head downwards. Others they get these, still others they get quite years. I mean, it's hard to take this seriously. It's just so bizarre and so un-Jewish. Certainly Jews have a lot of war, and it's not impossible to imagine how atrocities happening when Jews, like any people, go to war. These are over the top. In fact, when you look at Cassius Dios's other treatment of the various acts of God, they also appear quite, portrays. I wanted to read for you the passage that he describes how the Britons deal with the attack from the Romans. Oh my gosh, I can't even look at that because it's actually pornographic in its nature. So just trust me, Cassius Dios is liable to exaggerate the dramatic effect. Egypt also saw widespread rebellions between the years of 115 and 117, widespread Jewish rebellions. The Jews were taking advantage of the absence of Roman forces who had gone up to fight against the Parthian Empire of Mesopotamia. And it, once again, similar kinds of targets, temples, shrines, for example, the shrine of Nemesis at Memphis, public roads, roadways, things like that. It seems like the Jews rebelling are really directing their attacks specifically at the Roman Empire. It seems to have a very political motive. The economic motive does not seem to rise to the surface. And other than those messianic references, it seems to be something that is really an attempt to capitalize. It's fascinating to think, though, like why are the Jews all over the everything? Maybe that's pulled off, but they obviously are somewhat coordinated with doing this. There was, of course, a harsh military response from Trajan, who came back with heavy forces, many killed. This is the period where the great synagogue of Alexandria, which the Talmud says was so large that in order to answer on May to the person leading the prayers, they had to wave big flags, see the flags, and know that it was up to that part. But this is the period when the great synagogue of Egypt, of Alexandria, Egypt, was destroyed. Jewish property was seized, and basically at this point, by the time we get to the end of the Parthian War, the Jewish community in North Africa goes into decline, and it will not rise again for several centuries. We can say the same thing about the island of Cyprus. As we saw earlier in Cassius Dios discussion, we know represents foot on that island of Cyprus. But even if one of those trees upon its shores when it's gone, Jews were banned from the island after the whole. And in fact, this statement is supported because there's no other evidence of Jews ever landing on this island until the 4th century. That's hundreds of years from the region. What happened in Judea proper? This is where the first this phrase "Phobos Kitos," the Kitos rebellion. We know that the record from Mesopotamia, right? He was supposed to put down the Jewish rebellion. Sent back by Trajan and appointed as governor in Judea. We don't know a lot about how he conducted himself in that area, but we know that there was, at least the Talmud refers to some acts of violence, and we know that Lucius Quietus brought in a second Roman legion to support his activities there. I wish we knew more about this rebellion. It was fascinating to see that it has brought. Represents something we haven't talked about in any detail yet. We will come back to it in a few lectures. But we have to move on to a much more powerful and significant rebellion that marked scars on the Jewish side. That is the Bar Kokhba rebellion. Thank you very much for watching. The Bar Kokhba revolt, so named after its leader, Shimon Bar Kokhba, is often referred to as the Second Roman Jewish War, first in the Great Revolt of 66 through 73 or 74, that resulted in the destruction of the Temple of Jerusalem. And then there's possibly another conflict, the so-called Kitos Rebellion that we discussed in the last video. Some people consider that the Second Roman Jewish War, and this would make Bar Kokhba the third Roman Jewish War. But unlike the Kitos Rebellion, this is something that happened entirely within the boundaries of Judea, and certainly constitutes a fledged revolt against that required tremendous energy for the province as well. So much is unknown about the Bar Kokhba revolt. We do not have really extensive sources describing it. I'll go into this in a little bit more detail. even to the point where it was not until the 1960s that we were certain what Bar Kokhba's name actually was. It appears that his name, based on some Greek language documents that were discovered in the Dead Sea region, having the advantage of phonetic language with all of the vowels written out, which was something that is not true of Hebrew. He referred to him as Bar Kosiba or Ben Kosiba. That was his proper name. The Bar son of Kosiba is his surname. He was known as Bar Kokhba to his followers. A slight pun on the name. Kokhba means star, the son of a star that has kind of like messianic overtones to it. But his detractors, he was known as Bar Kosiba with a C instead of an S. The word kazzab in Hebrew meaning deception or lies. But his actual name was Siba, and he's known popularly in the New Testament. One of his most important followers called him Bar Kokhba, the star. It's hard to underestimate the importance of Bar Kokhba in the Israeli civic mentality, because Bar Kokhba represents the last living president of the Jewish polity until the 20th century. In a moment, I'm going to talk to you about Dr. Yekaya, very important work on Bar Kokhba, who describes when the current president of Israel in 1960 first saw a description that was written by the previous president of Israel, some 1980 period. It's really important to see this as a sort of a culmination of that strive for statehood that had a 1900-year hiatus. We can see this graphically. It's in the Knesset, the sculpture stands outside the temple building known as the Knesset, where Israel's parliament sits. And in this candelabra, you can see that there are many historical figures that are representing the arms of the candelabra. So in the center, you see three central uppermost branches have representation of three distinct leaders in churches. The first is Moses, who's shown here from a biblical passage that describes the attack of the Amalekites against the Jews on their way from Egypt. As long as Moses had his hands up in the air, the Jews would succeed in battle. And when he lowered his hands, they would fail. So he was supported by the as he has attained that position for which the middle represents a military victory and the guard at its first subject. On the left hand, David is left here from Moses' right, higher level of Philippians status. David shown here is one that the stubbornness provides very important that describes military victory and supernatural assistance from God. Significant too, but still right very significant of the calendar is this representation and David and Moses, he is represented here in the side and in the defeat because I feel like is ultimately successful. Nevertheless, he is shown our sources are some of them. We have an important Roman historian, Cassius. He is somewhat problematic because we have Eusebius, or church historian. Cassius Diaz being active in basically at the turn of the first. Eusebius a few years later, the church fathers, again passing references, and then is amazing. Here's a children's book. The Bar receiver, the heroic figure, rallying the troops against Trump. This describes the rebellion. 135 of the leader of in the Midrash is described as a figure of phenomenal proportions. An extremely brutal and ferocious warrior, not unlike some of the depictions of David that we have in Quran, and also the Talmud says, for example, we have to assume it's a kind of that test their bravery, have all of his troops have a different slice of their hand, which is, totally forbidden in Jewish law. By the way, kids don't try this at home. How long do have them from the ground with their hands. Will that do? Yes, that will certainly test it. How they were tested at the time. Tested for their strength and their bravery. I don't know how to take this on a literal sense, but based on the archaeological discoveries of the 1960s, definitely he was a very determined, demanding contribution of his followers if they did not with his demands. He was as a possible Messiah. Remember, she had a leader who will affect a military unification of Israel, who will bring in all of the exiles, gathering of the exiles, and initiate a period of prosperity. When he saw Bar Kokhba, who towards the end of his life supported Bar Kokhba as a possible Mashiach. He was contradicted by several of his colleagues. One of them famously said to him, Akiva, you will have grass growing from your cheekbones, for Bar Kokhba is the Messiah, meaning possible, and you will be dead, and Bar Kokhba will never be the Messiah. But nevertheless, the notion of Bar Kokhba as Messiah certainly inspired many to follow him. Here is, by the way, one of the amazing finds that was uncovered by Dr. in the Dead Sea region. You can see the Israel, Shir Bar Kokhba. You don't know about the one of the most basic things don't know is why exactly did it start. So Cassius, the Roman historian, gives an account of the war. Unfortunately, the only version of Cassius' account has not survived antiquity in its original combination, but rather has been called political. We say in English, the epitome of something is exactly and the ideal, but in classical terms, it really means an appreciation. This is long to read. The short version of this, that's what an epiphany was. So, 11th century epiphany by Johannes Irenaeus that shows and you don't know exactly what although we're hopeful that this is correct. According to the reason for the revolt was that Emperor Hadrian, shown here, decided to rebuild Jerusalem, but rename it after himself, highly uncomplicated, with his full name and to build on the site of God,
understand. Sometimes the clothes you make a man. Every has to
inflame the population
now.
of Jews and without
Say
witnesses.
these are
According to
great
his biographer, Spartianus, who wrote the Vita Hadriani,
don't
do with
love
best on many is which is forbidden. It's possible that the revolt started circumcision, but later that was exempted from that on genital mutilation. Others, the Midrash, for example, suggest that it had an effort to rebuild the temple that was then restored by the Samaritans. Finally, Pausanias, who was a second century Roman geographer, was followed to some degree by Eusebius and of subsequent centuries, who said that it's possible not that the revolt was caused by persecution, the Greeks, that followed general environment, whether it was the political oppression to the state, previous war, or whether it was the Messianic movement, these things might have caused these revolts, and then later, persecution, which was especially associated with the state,
we have to see
that those occurred
don't
before the
see
rebellion, but rather
and you
after
don't
the
belong
rebellion.
to
At any rate, these are the major regard
to say
conduct research
I
and
won't
hopefully
let
find
you
some
down.
archaeological stuff that will give us some great information. For certain, however, was quite new and it lasted for about years. We know of Bar Kokhba's exploits, which appear to have been quite successful. Bar Kokhba and the rebels seized Jerusalem apparently and marked that event with minting of many coins. Actually, not precisely the minting, what they did was they would take the coins, pick them up, and then re-stamp them, which in itself, by the way, is an act of and they would re-stamp this with Jewish themes, and they would mark them with messages like, the for good luck, year two, things like that. Here's one depiction of our coins. You can see that the coins have the tephillon on top of the tetradrachm, Sela in Hebrew, and at the very top is a little star, which is emblematic of our At the bottom, you see traditional things like a lion. What's interesting is that you don't see the Chinese representation or animals, which was very much against Jewish sensibilities. There's another version that shows all which specifically the Lulav and Esra, that are held together as part of the Sukkot celebration. Note that Bar Kokhba, as far as we can tell, not only the attraction of Rabbi Akiva and the various depictions in but also in the archaeology, seems to have a movement of observant Jews that they were striving to maintain the appearances of the holidays and things like that, even when they were besieged and literally living in caves. Note that the war was cruel, that Adrian suffered tremendously, and he had to bring in significant reinforcements to be able to put down this very successful rebellion, which took great advantage of the local terrain. Eusebius refers to the cave
stop a
the
train.
Judean mountain range. We
No
know
one
that
fucking
Hadrian
argues.
not because of the support he had brought in from elsewhere in the Roman Empire, but also because, as Cassius Dio points out, when he wrote to
I
the
love
Senate,
it. I could
the
watch
report of what was happening in Judea, he had to make more people
Don't suck
spend,
cock.
which means I and my forces are well. Meaning I and my military are doing fine. Thank you. He took out that standard phrase, Cassius Dio writing, but the very one second, ultimately, however, the rebels could not hold out. Overwhelming hiding in a series of caves that are shown here, largely undiscovered until the 20th century. The richness of Bedouin in the 18th century in the 20th century, and as artifacts began fully filtered out the black market, that's when the Gael decided to investigate. And in the early 1960s, we found several of these amazing discoveries that we're going to look at in this lecture and a couple others. For example, the science are quite remarkable themselves. One of the things that tells me about Barkov is that there's things like decorations of facial features that were intentionally fixed as we all had decorations of this nature in the case. And these may have been made by moments, pictures, or something like that, by Huckle rebels, not wanting to transgress the humanities and created images specifically based on there's several other indicators of this as well, such as, for example, the discovery of morals on works wrong and died what they believed was and this would have been used for bread, garments, worn by chemical analysis of this particular dye on the good spread indicates that the carbuncle levels were apparently holding out some forage, which in some sense was a problem era. The technology of today is impossible to know whether this was actually good made in specific analysis that produced this dye or that was made in vegetable source, which would have been for the Thomas or the rubber shell, but nevertheless was frequently circulated in the black market. Many more discoveries surrounding this, but many of the scheduled ideas found that the black rebels cared about Jewish rituals. Now, as the world seeing people have difficult time summing that Julius Caesar, this is an incredibly general tremendous success in putting down a difficult diet way on the other side of the Roman Empire, but he was specifically not Adrian also summoned six legions and estimated that 2,000 that's an amazing number. It's impossible to imagine that 15,000 troops at his disposal, and even that is definitely high end estimation. Nevertheless, the growth of casualties described by Emperor Marcus was thought of as being very similar to one the Romans lost. So that indicates that in battles, Dio does give us a sense of Jewish casualties. That's just a very large number, 580,000 casualties, for almost 1,000 villages and 50 outposts. Now, it's possible that, especially in terms of the casualties, the numbers are hugely inflated. Even with these large numbers, you know that 6 legions were in the area. Certainly would have been absolutely massive. The last stand was a great part shown here. And as the last of the Bar Kokhba rebels were was killed by the Romans, there was this particular event was actually enshrined in the liturgy, raised after meals. It was a blessing, which specifically was composed in memory of the like the name Rothschild, resonates throughout Jewish history. We have, for example, the youth led by Vladimir Rabbi, shown here in the center of this group of scouts. Was a movement that had a very important role in the founding of the state of Israel, and by extension to it, the party itself, Menachem Begin, Prime Minister of Israel. So, thank you very much for watching.
Freedom, freedom, you got to freedom, you got to
Consequential question in Jewish history is a very basic one. It's a Jew. But this is a settled law that there is really no question about it. In fact, if you go more deep at Jewish history, you see that there are several periods in history when you have a very important question. For the vast majority of history, in particular the last 2 millennia, Jews regarded a Jew as a Jewish monarch. That is naturally the nominal identity of a person follows that person's status, regardless of affiliation with a religion or self-identification. You wanted the case for Jewish history. I'd like to today this question as we choose the question of women in ancient Israel in general. Now, let us recall that this is certainly a controversial question as of the late 20th and early 21st century. And this is primarily because of a decision that was made by the Reform Movement in 1983 that recognized patrilineal, more precisely, it's both patrilineal and patrilineal descent. In other words, this represented an acknowledgement of a Jewish movement that as long as one was ethnically Jewish, and we define that Jewishness, that the child could also to it. One of the most important things to think about is, with this decision, initiate change, or was it simply a recognition of change that had already happened because intermarriage, especially in American tradition, is such a high level that we already have the phenomenon of children who have a Jewish father, mother, and which identify with the Jewish community, and they find that they are shut out because the matrilineal principle has been the dominant one for the last 2 years. And it's resulted in a lot of moments, for example, in this article by Shoshana in 2019. It's very difficult.
No, it's not.
This particular video, I intend to just go over the historical issues, sociological and psychological issues.
Oh no. Oh, you wouldn't have happened? Oh, fuck you. Yeah, I know. What is this? 1996. Fuck out of here, bro. It's 2024. Nothing, bro. Yeah, freedom.
There is strong correlation, very.
Oh shit! I thought they were like. All right. No wonder. Yeah, this is
So we're going to go into some of the main issues here, but I want to point out that perhaps the most study of child really important issues in the classical period, especially issues of conversion and matrilineal versus patrilineal and so on. Now, I don't necessarily agree with all this, but the one question, it's a Jews and people thought about the square of this country. On one hand, we have this long-standing practice of natural life, and on the other hand, we have these difficult examples of people contradicted that might be logical ways to approach the first is to say that, well, let's say the law, this concept of principle is not always meaning. Yeah, I was married and Joseph married she went through. If that is the case, we have to wonder why does it tell us this? Why does the Torah reveal that this is in fact what happened? Well, misunderstanding the text. If it doesn't say something which actually happened, that's a possibility. Another one possibility to say that yes, the law was always the fact there's always a here to this natural way. It was sometimes ignored. You know, you have that sometimes where, as Rabbi Barrel Wine likes to say, you should never confuse with Jews, right? Jews do not simply behave in normative ways. So perhaps the examples we have in the Bible are, you know, not in conformity with the way Jews are supposed to be. So that obviously acceptable in terms of the fact that Moses, Solomon, others, people and our would assert that they were it's definitely a smaller problem with what we're going right now, but the Midrash has a principle that before the Torah was Jews of that level, certainly it probably did something like, for example, the laws of food. Students who didn't have the paper going out for non-physical food cuts. The third one, the law was always the law of introduced which would mean that we're not contradicting that is the case. That the law was not so that's the three pieces that it says. Look at them in turn. But let's start with the basic. Let's say that's the first unequivocal statement of this principle. So the first one, of course, is the Torah itself. And here is one classic passage. It's in chapter 7, verse 4. Verse 3 says, do not intermarry with them, the surrounding non-Jewish nations. Do not give your daughters to sons, or take their daughters to daughters. And then in verse 4 it says, translation. Your children their dogs. I know that it's this is probably this particular passage. I love this but you know they're relying on translations that in many cases are all extant, and this translation is a little bit of a distortion. Look carefully at the English. It's not for they person plural. It should be for he. Right? It's also not in this singular masculine or your son, which in this context your own son. So understand it says your son-in-law, your daughter-in-law, that's faithful sheep. By the way, there is gender. Every single noun or pronoun has to be in the this binary with other choices. This means that if let's imagine yourself as a grandparent, if your daughter marries a non-Jewish male, or you as a Jewish person have a daughter, she marries a non-Jewish male, non-Jewish male, according to the verse, and then your son, which is your grandson of Aphek. That's the statement. Let's look at unfair Rashi. He made a comment right here, but that's a very great detail. So Rashi here is good at the top of the tractation Bible right? Like this. The son of the Hebrew, non-Jew, when he marries thy grandson, thy daughter, your daughter, teaches us that thy daughters might have is still.
Oh, you want an undo button? No. Now the fucking treasure hunt to find what the fuck you're doing. Oh, you wanted to get the fuck out of here. What is this shit?
Son-in-law, away from God. It's like talking about your grandson from your non-Jewish daughter-in-law, because according to Rashi, according to Talmud, that person, that grandchild, is not even Jewish. That's the clearest biblical statement of the matrilineal principle. And as you can see, it's not explicit at all. It has to be drawn out through this midrash, which is expressed in the Talmud and expressed later in Rashi. So that's how the principle is derived. Now, if we take this from a theological perspective, at the very least, the matrilineal principle that put in place in the period of giving of the Torah, which is obviously very ancient. We're now talking about the Exodus period, and would have, the norm of ancient Judaism. When we look at the historical data, it's a little more confusing. So, by the way, here's a beautiful painting by Hannah. She has so many of these studies of women lighting candles with their children looking on, very traditional romantic kind of, really very powerful. She just passed away in 2020, but very, beautiful work still available for sale in the galleries today. Anyway, we see a biblical narrative that describes how this was actually put into place. We'll recall that in the 6th century, the Jews are exiled by Nebuchadnezzar in the year 586, and then they return within a few decades from Persia, from Babylonia, to Israel under Ezra. And in chapter 9 of the book of Ezra, he laments a prayer there where he expresses his regret that so many of the Jews that returned have brought with them their non-Jewish spouses, meaning that intermarriage is rampant. Then in chapter 10, when Shechania ben Yechiel of Iran sends away the foreign wives and their children. He does not, or doesn't mention what he does with the foreign men. That is, the Jewish men who have married non-Jewish wives, their families are broken up and the wives are sent away along with their children, which seems to be how difficult this might have been and how harsh it must have been. But, beyond the sympathy for the human drama involved, it seems like a very clear statement of the matrilineal principle, in fact, the 6th century before the Common Era. Now, that would be a clear illustration of it. However, as Dr. Cohen points out, when you go 700 years later, you look at non-rabbinic texts, such as the Jewish philosopher, who will speak about in Felix God willing, spoke about extensively. And even Paul, you have to understand that in some cases, in some ways, the New Testament, the Christian writings, are kind of like a historical commentary on Jewish society as well. So it's very useful to kind of like flesh out what's going on in the first century in some ways. And anyway, all of these three important figures and sources, they seem unaware of the matrilineal principle. you have to look in Dr. Cohen's book to see the specific examples. It seems pretty clear that they're clueless about this. One example, Josephus, speaks about King Herod. Herod was great. And he goes on and on about how Herod's pedigree is questioned by the Jewish. He's called the Idumean, he's called the half-Jew, because his father came from the Idumean people who had been forcibly converted prior to this in the era of the era of the Hashmonaim, under John Hyrcanus in particular. So in other words, because his father descended from a people that had a questionable conversion, there are doubts about Herod's Jewish identity. But no one seems to be bothered by the fact that his mother wasn't Jewish. His mother was an Arab woman. So what's going on? It's like, not relevant, their mother. So there are ways you can approach it. Say that Josephus is not necessarily the best exemplar of Judaism at all. And it could be that only the Pharisees were really observing this kind of level of observance that became normative. What Dr. Cohen argues is that in reality, the whole institution of conversion had not really coalesced by this time. And that's kind of like a different standard for women married Jewish men, that their marriage itself, through the understanding of conversion in that fascinating argument, whereas men, if they wanted to convert into Judaism, required a much more, complex process, which involved other things, circumcision. That's why men who married the Herod's family, but there was a whole big deal about, they went through this, they had the circumcision and so on. But there's no discussion of when non-Jewish women are incorporated into that dynasty. To a certain, however, by the time you get to the Mishnah, which is about the turn of the year 200, about the turn of the 3rd century, there's no question that rabbinic Judaism is absolutely down with the idea of the matrilineal principle. And you're forming what we saw in Rashi, the Talmud, which again, a little theological from the perspective of Orthodox Judaism. The Mishnah, although it only achieves a written form with Yehuda and Nasi around here 220, it was the embodiment of oral teachings that went back far. In fact, the core teachings of the Mishnah go back to Sinai itself, which corresponds to the way the Talmud read that particular passage. Okay, so to wrap this all up, basically we have a triangular principle that arguably was going to go around Sinai through a Pharisaic interpretation of the text. When we look at the actual behavior of Jews, we see that they're not always conforming to this matrilineal principle, sometimes at great cost to themselves. By the first century of the Common Era, some very prominent Jews be out of touch with the matrilineal principle. But by the time the Mishnah becomes modified, this becomes the dominant overwhelmingly so. And any I should mention one last thing. We started by talking about how basic this question was. And one of the things that we tend to see in Christian history is that Jews can handle a tremendous degree of dissent. There's room for a lot of diverse opinions within the large of Jewish identity. But this particular question, whether or not is Jewish, is one of those third rail questions to result in fissures and schisms. And when it remains unresolved, it has very dire consequences for the integrity of the large Jewish population. And I leave that to people who are expert in dealing with this. I hope you found this short video useful. We're going to continue with our discussion of women in ancient Israel next.
Let's go, my baby.
Over the course of the past few videos, we've had opportunity to occasionally talk about specific Jewish women as they appear in ancient Israel, both the biblical context and larger archaeological context. But let's just take a step back and have kind of a macro look at the methodology of studying women in ancient Israel, the nature of sources, and some of the challenges that are associated with this extremely important. One of the ideas that's circulating right now is a very valuable project is something called the Kranjek test, named after this person, Danielle Kranjek, also pronounced Kranjek. I actually have to contact her and find out how the pronunciation they use. But in America, they tolerate Kranjek. At any rate, she actually is trained as a historian, so it was a nice conversation. Her test, which gained a lot of popularity in the Jewish world recently, especially on what we call flip Twitter, is inspired by the so-called Bechdel test. The Bechdel test is something that has been used for modern films to sort of purity check the quality of a film from the perspective of a feminist analysis. That is, in order to pass the Bechdel test, a movie has to have two women speaking with each other about something other than a male character, right? So you think that this would be a totally normal thing to do, but apparently a lot of films don't pass this. I've seen some other details that suggest that the women should have names, they should be named characters and so on. And obviously the idea is try and expand the presentation of women, even in something as contemporary as modern film, try to, discuss women as real people. Now, Danielle Kranjek takes this a different direction. It says that in terms of study of the Jewish tradition, any source sheet, which is a tried and true pedagogical model where you'll choose quotes from rabbinic literature, from the Bible, and other things put together on a mimeographed or photocopied sheet. And people will look at these sources. She proposes that any source sheet that includes at least two texts must also include at least one non-male identified text. It's a very valuable idea to try and expand simply the universe of our awareness when it comes to rabbinic theology and writings. And I would love very much to do this for history as well. We see that we are living in an era where kind of the important aspect of the human condition, the experience of women in history, has been, ignored for centuries, and it's so hard to find these voices in medieval, ancient sources. But it's something that we really want to resurrect, and we want to try and recreate as much as possible what the experience of urban was for fully half the human population. We have to look at the cultural moment where this is unusually suppressed as well. I'm sure some people will be following the controversy regarding the decision of some Jewish papers to not publish faces of women. I'm not going to go there now. Perhaps we'll return to it in a semester or two when we get to the 20th century. But I think it is important to point out that this is not at all a uniform track. It's really on one particular spot on the spectrum. We've mentioned in other contexts before, was especially noted for insisting that in any children's portrayals, such as this Sivas Shem handbook for Jewish children, if there is a male child portrayed, there should always be a female child portrayed as well. So this is something that has to track in all sectors of the Jewish population. And it's just another example of the project test kind of expressing itself culturally. When we come to our challenge, which is trying to understand the experience of women in ancient Israel, the difficulty is that the vast majority of our sources are by men, for men, and about men. This is especially true in the very we look, for example, at classical rabbinic texts, we have the Mishnah, which on the one hand is a great book because it has a whole section called yeah, right? Not really, because it's mainly describing how men relate to women, marriage, divorce, left marriage, and so on. So, yeah, women are included in the canon, but at the same time, they're kind of fenced off. The way to look at it is, temple courtyard, there was a section called Mizrach, the courtyard of women. That means that women were part of the overall the temple. But on the other hand, those delegated space for them. By the way, it shows up that this is for all kinds of people. People were not Kohanim, not Levian, involved in sacrifice, things like that. But the point holds true. They are ancient, they are story, but also relevant. Our idea is to try to understand their experience in a broader scope of Jewish history. When it comes to archaeological sources, archaeological sources, finds that you get dates and so on, they are extremely limited in nature, much more so even than literary sources, and they're incredibly difficult to interpret. As we saw, for example, with our public case a while ago, I'll speak about them a little more. You find cosmetics in a cave, and it's reasonable to assume that these cosmetics belong to a woman, but not necessarily. Right? Or coal, for example, kind of eye makeup. So, what can we really glean from its history when a lot of sources are anonymized like that? Very difficult to interpret them. If you find a bowl, a serving bowl, one may assume perhaps that it's more likely that it belonged to a woman, or a woman is more likely to have handled it, but there's no guarantees of that either. So it's pretty difficult to actually, on a theoretical level, reconstruct women's experience of history in ancient Israel based on the sources we have. There are some really exciting materials, however, especially when you get to late antiquity. For example, we have this Rufina inscription, which comes from Smyrna in the 3rd century, and if you make up some Greek alphabet there, it's basically a funerary inscription that describes this woman as an artist synagogue that's right at the right side of the top of the the second line is leader of the synagogue. We actually have quite a few examples of women who are represented with this particular title. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean from the larger context that you were linked to the rabbi or even the president of the synagogue. It may mean something like major donor to the synagogue. But nevertheless, these kinds of descriptions give us just a glimpse. Perhaps exceptional women who were wealthier and influential, but they definitely had these significant roles, which we shall see, not so much today's question as we move forward, but to highlight these in order to try and pass the project test as much as possible. Okay, let's just look at the biblical text for a minute then. There are literally thousands of women in the biblical text, to be sure. In many cases, however, are nameless or they are in relationship to men. Like for example, the wife of Noah, children of Lot, there's a Lot, Jephthah's daughter. You don't know the names from the biblical text, but they are named usually in some kind of relationship to men. Sometimes they're identified in terms of their character or skills, like the wise woman of Tekoa, or sometimes based on their place, like the witch of Endor. But there are literally hundreds, thousands of women in the scriptures, and we don't know much about them in person. But there's some fascinating aspects when you look at the oral tradition as well. Have a look at this picture here. Obviously, it's a piece of Persian art, but we wonder, like, that looks like a relatively familiar scene, right? It looks like Joseph running away from Isha Potiphar, the wife of Potiphar, famous scene, of course, in Genesis, where she's grabbing onto his cloak as he's trying to escape. And here's another aspect that's really interesting in the Jewish tradition, is that although they may be nameless in the biblical text, the rabbinic tradition preserves oral tradition, in which there are lots of names and lots of additional details. And one of the crucial things about studying the Torah in Jewish sense is you need to have two fingers. And that's on one finger in the text and one finger in the oral tradition. Understand it as Jews have for hundreds of years. And then piece of it that is one finger in the text, one finger in Rashi, as we saw, for example, in the last lecture about the Torah. So why am I naming this Persian art? Because in the Persian tradition, there's actually a name for ancient Potiphar, Zulaikha is her name. And this is not the Jewish oral tradition, although maybe the Muslims are borrowing something from the Jewish oral tradition, who knows? But the same phenomenon exists in the sense of there's a lot more detail than you get in the Bible itself. There are many examples in the Bible of strong Jewish women. Typically, they're named when they are strong. And often they're quite strong in the sense of defying male demands. For example, Sarah insists on the expulsion of Hagar. Abraham, when he hesitates, speaks to her and says, listen to her. The oral tradition, Rashi is saying, because why should you listen to her? Because she is a greater prophet than you are. Rebecca, of course, when she decides she knows better than her husband Isaac as the richer of her two sons, Esau and Jacob receive the blessing, and in fact, she engineered Jacob's reception of the blessing rather than Esau's. Hannah, Hebrew Hannah, it's hard for me to think of Hebrew English translation sometimes, but Hannah, of course, is challenged by Eli, the Kohen, in the book of Samuel, and Hannah stands her ground and says, no, I'm praying to God, and in fact, she becomes the model of our prayer. You even have female warriors, like the woman who killed Sheva ben Bichri, also in the book of Samuel, or Yael, who plants a tent peg through the temple of Sisera and saves people. Fascinating examples. So, and we have to add to this that in the Bible there are many negative portrayals of women as well, such as Jezebel and Athaliah. These are complex examples of character that they certainly are smaller in scope than the number of strong male characters, but nevertheless they have depth and sophistication. It's hard to really analyze them from a historical perspective, as we saw in a previous lecture. Occasionally artifacts come up from archaeological finds, such as the seal that may have belonged to Jezebel, but for the most part, we are totally reliant on biblical texts. So therefore, the kind of tools that we need to try and explore women's history tend to be more literary in nature than historical per se. Nevertheless, we make full use of the text to try and understand how we can about them. Let us move this discussion with one sort of overarching thing that's really important to understand the experience of the nation Israel, and that is that we have to transport ourselves from early 20th century environment, in which we are increasingly tuned to adopt a more androgynous view of religion, to a more ancient view in which there was a very radically different experience of Judaism by men and women. One can certainly see echoes of it in most tradition of communities today, Orthodox, ultra-Orthodox, but this is something that was pervasive in the ancient world. In the next lecture, we'll talk about some exceptional women, but we want to look at women in general in the Jewish world. The most important thing to really bear in mind is the fact that men and women were not necessarily practicing the same religion, or maybe I can say it a little bit better way. They were practicing the same religion, but they were two different tracks. There was a men's track and a women's track. There's a lot to say about this in terms of religious studies, but in terms of kind of an anthropological approach, let's look at this one basic difference between men and women and how they would have approached Judaism. Judaism is, of course, heavily dependent on the interpretation of the commandments. How exactly are Jews to translate the biblical text as mediated by the oral tradition of the Pharisees into actual commands on daily life? So one of the ways to categorize the Talmud, the commandments, which by the way would be a major enterprise of the medieval thinkers, is to divide them into four different quadrants shown here. So on the x-axis, we can place negative commandments. That is thou shalt not, things you're not supposed to do, and positive commandments, things that you're supposed to give up and do. And then on the y-axis, positive, those actions which are defined by time, that is, they restrict to a particular time, or those which are open-ended and always apply. Examples, a negative commandment that is defined by time is no eating bread on the holiday of Passover. Right? We eat bread lots of other times during the year, but on the week of Passover, no bread. Okay. How about negative not defined by time? It is thou shalt not and is not defined by time. Now, a positive commandment that is not defined by time would be something like honor your parents. You have to honor your parents. It's on the list. You have to honor your parents. There's no time that is no longer applicable. What about positive commandment which is defined by time? Let's say prayers which are recited typically in a fixed window called morning, a fixed window called afternoon or midnight, and a fixed window called evening or mahar. Right? So this is one way you can categorize the commandments by negative versus positive, and defined by time and not defined by time. To return to a discussion of women, keep going. Women are obligated three of these categories, but they are exempted from positive commandments defined by time. What does that mean, exempt? In general, it means women may choose to do these commandments if they so wish, and they will receive reward for performing these commandments. But if they choose to, they are exempt from performing. There's exception to this rule. For example, lighting the candles Friday night, which is something which is specifically associated with women. That is a positive commandment, and it is associated with time. And women are generally considered obligated, or women at least are obligated before men are obligated. Another example would be drinking of 4 cups of wine on the holiday of Passover, also a positive commandment defined by time. Women are obligated. The Talmud goes through a whole bunch of these exceptions, and why they are exceptions. But the general rule is as such. Now, obviously, this has tremendous implications for lifestyle because one of the most disruptive elements of a day, that's a negative, positive disruptive, is prayer through the day. And clearly, for women who are more likely to be overwhelmingly involved in duties of the home, childcare, things like that, the exemption from positive commandments are, defined by time, are extremely useful. You can't necessarily run off to shul without a screaming toddler. There's a lot more to say about why women are obligated in this way and not in another way, and whether the clinic formulations come after the sociological realities or the other way around. I will leave that with enthusiasm for our experts in religious studies and human studies and so on. But nevertheless, this is the schema of women's experience in the ancient world and for traditional communities through much of the medieval world and even into the modern world when you see the more Orthodox communities. There are also, beyond this, specific experiences that women would have had that tend to be more biological in nature, like, for example, the regular visits to the mikvah, the ocean pool, and one of the most beautiful things that have been resurrected in the modern period is the composition of specific prayers that are associated with women's experience of the commandments, such as going to the mikvah, menopause, childhood, things like that, which are largely disappeared from the regular canon of texts because they were primarily guarded by men. A lot more to say about this, but we'll have to move forward into the future. So these kinds of religious structural elements help define many of the traditional divisions between men and women and their experience of Judaism and the world as a whole. Women tend to be relegated to the private sphere of the home, but it's not at all exclusively. We have lots of interesting examples of women stepping into the public sphere. Women tend to be involved in particular as the production of clothing, very, very time-consuming work, the production of diet of the family, and so on. Again, no way to say, probably to say this is universal, but it's certainly reliable to say that it is more common than not. For the next lecture, I'd like to look at three exceptional women, two of which are exceptional because of their accomplishments, and the third was exceptional because we simply have to know a lot about her, and otherwise she may have been an absolute average woman, and give us some sense of what it must be like for life in their cases in the first and second century. I hope you found this video useful. Thank you very much for watching. Okay, now that we've had a look at one specific issue, that of matrilineal descent, and then we looked a little bit at some of the sources and methods, challenges of studying Jewish women in antiquity, let's look at three exceptional examples, and we'll hope to learn from these examples some kind of contrast to the average woman in general society. It's not a very precise way of doing things, but it's very difficult to work with the nature of the sources that we have before us today. Hopefully, moving forward, to some degree in the medieval period, but certainly when we get to the early modern period, we'll be able to explore women's lives with much more dependence on their actual voices. But let's have a look at the three examples that will give us some sense of what it must have been like to be a woman in antiquity. So these three women were actually suggested in a book by Richard Floyd, who is a very important archaeologist and has some amazing work in the Cave of Letters and other places. This is the book, by the way, that's really quite fascinating, called Digging Through the Bible, Modern Archaeology, and the Ancient Bible. And he suggests these three characters. I also want to mention that he was someone who pioneered the use of colonoscopy tools in exploring hard-to-reach caves, right? As his doctor suggested, that's a great way to get into hard-to-reach places. And I have to mention that he has a striking resemblance to another famous archaeologist. I can't quite put my finger on who it might be, but there's a certain look. Oh my gosh, I wish I could go back to graduate school. I would study so many things, but one of them would probably be archaeology. Anyway, he suggests that we should look at the life of Gloria as an unusual woman of the 2nd century of late antiquity. It's much harder to get back earlier in time, as we've discussed. But what do we know about Gloria? Well, first of all, she was mentioned frequently in the Talmud. She is the wife of a very important rabbi, Rabbi Meir. She comes from an important family. Her father was one of the martyrs of the Hadrianic persecution that was related to the Bar Kokhba. So that helps us date Gloria, besides Rabbi Meir. Her father gives us a sense of her lifetime sometime in the 2nd century. And we know from the Talmud account that her sister was actually taken off to captivity to Rome, although Dr. Fund has some interesting thoughts on that as well. Now, one of the fascinating things about her work is that she is so exceptional that she is mentioned frequently in the Talmud as a sage. Let's understand that there are about 2,000 different Talmudites, or later within the period of the Talmud, who actually have a named voice in this massive document. And there can't be more than 20 women who appear anywhere. And most of these women are unnamed, or they have a title like Teresa, something like that. Gloria stands out so much as being an incredibly important woman in the actual intellectual give and take of this massive document. She often corrects the sages who respect her learning, and she often does it in a way that's kind of like a biting sense of humor. Like in one particular example, when she is accosted by another rabbi, asks her for directions in a rather, polite manner, and she snaps back at him saying, Galilean fool, from the Galileo, did you not read what it says? And she quotes another teaching, do not talk over much with women. You should have repeated your statement to me and said, which way to walk? Right? In other words, she's sort of throwing the teachings of the rabbis back at them. And then you get the sense that sometimes there is kind of like a proto-feminist critique in the things that she says, but that's a minor aspect of her teachings. Her life story and the kind of things that she talks about are often profound and very deep. She speaks to the nature of personal tragedy in life, as we see with her father and her sister, and also with the children of Rabbi Meir. The sound boys, terrifying kinds of things like the business. She's really a teacher of phenomenal depth, a lot of wisdom, a civic wit and personal capacity in an amazing way. And she stands out primarily as kind of like the big exception to the rule of women who are silent, who are nameless or voiceless in the Talmud. End of her life, it is described in a bizarre passage that is only recorded 1,000 years after her life, in the commentary of Rothschild on the Tractate of Zara. It doesn't occur anywhere else in literature. And although it appears in a very authoritative commentary that Rashi, a great sage, nevertheless, it's out of character with what we know about Rabbi Meir's life and what we know about Gloria's life, but it describes her as being very ignoble. I believe that up to rabbinic scholars debate the nature of that particular story. Nevertheless, Gloria stands out as one tremendous counterexample to the vast majority of women who did not have the same kind of access to Torah learning that was so exemplary of her life and activity. So that's an exception in terms of the realm of scholarship, which of course would be extremely important to the development of Jewish society over the next millennia. Another very important figure now in terms of politics would be a figure known as Berenice. She was actually royalty in a literal sense. Her name was Julia Berenice. Her dates are somewhere around the year 26 through the year 85. She was the daughter of King Agrippa I and his wife Citrus. Now, you will recall that there were a few puppet kings in the Roman period in Judea. Some of them were very powerful. Herod the Great was Berenice's great-grandfather, calculated that correctly, and others were quite diminished in authority. King Agrippa I was one of the latter category. He happened to be a more sympathetic figure. He's quoted several times in the Talmud, usually in a very positive light. He lived from the year 41 through 44. As a royal Jewish princess, she was married off primarily for purposes of lineage and connections, things like that, to one of Marcus, who was the son of Alexander Lysimachus of Alexandria. He, in fact, was the Alabar of Alexandria, essentially the leader of the Jewish community there. And not only that, he was the nephew of a very famous Jewish philosopher. We'll speak about that going in another lecture. She was widowed, and then she remarried her uncle Herod Polio in Chalcis, widowed a second time, and then she went and she essentially moved with her brother Agrippa II. Josephus, in this context, reports a really nasty relationship about the two of them, which is unusual because it is not repeated by Roman historians of the time. It's not impossible because it was not an unknown practice among Romans, but for Jews it would be extremely scandalous, to say the least. But anyway, at this point, she was like at the peak of authority. She was referred to as the Regina, meaning queen, Basileia, also queen. And she actually served famously in the trial of Paul later on in this capacity. I had to look at this earlier. She married a third time to King Clemens II of Cilicia, who actually converted to Judaism and was circumcised and so on. But here's another fascinating thing about her. She was in Jerusalem at the time of the outbreak of the revolt in the year 66, and she was there because she was fulfilling a Nazarite vow, which is interesting in its own text. And Nazarism is something that's recorded in the Bible, and of course, there's a whole tractate of it on the Talmud, in which basically a person has something like experience, and they want to do repentance for it, they want to tshuva for it, and so they undertake some restrictions on their behavior, let their hair grow, refrain from alcohol specifically, and then at the end of this period, which is usually 30 days or 60 days, they come to Jerusalem, and they offer a sacrifice. So she was there at that time when the revolt broke out. Interesting kind of sense of what kind of person she would be if she took on a mass right vow. And she stood up for the rebels. She went to Ges's forest, the procurator, who was very unsympathetic to the Jews, and she appeared before him barefoot to beg for mercy for them. But she was unable to stop either the Roman onslaught, and she was unable to control the rebel outbreak as well. She ended up fleeing Jerusalem when the palace of her brother was burned down. And somehow, in this context, at this time, she is involved in a relationship with none other than Titus. That is the son of the Emperor Vespasian, later to become Emperor himself, who was responsible for the armies that were in Jerusalem and the Temple. There's interesting thoughts about what this relationship must have been like. Many of the classical historians point to the tremendous beauty. She and her sister were regarded as among the most beautiful women of the Eastern Mediterranean. Titus himself was some dozen years her junior. That itself would have been unusual. Others point to the very unusual relationship between Titus as a conqueror and Berenice as the representative of a leader that conquered people. So that this relationship might be more of a hostage situation than unfair. At any rate, according to Dr. Freund, a very interesting interpretation, her relationship with Titus might have been instrumental in allowing the scholarly refuge in Yavne to persist. We call it Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai famously asked for a retreat so the sieges could stay somewhere safe and participate in the revolt and not be destroyed. And this was granted. So Dr. Freund argues, interestingly enough, that maybe it was Berenice's relationship with Titus that allowed this to happen. And if that is the case, then of course she contributed to the survival of Jerusalem as a whole. The relationship with Titus was somewhat stormy. It was viewed by many as quite scandalous, and ultimately she was forced out of Rome, and Titus died shortly thereafter in the year 79. So she's a fascinating and exceptional individual in the sense that she's at the very top of society. She is involved in things that royalty are involved with, marriages or setting, relationships, marriages and so on. She's involved in the highest levels of government, speaking with emperors, and she deals with, huge political issues like the revolt. But this is clearly in contrast to the vast majority of women who left no trace on the political record that we have. But it is worthy to note that it is in her romantic relationship that she's left a real mark on art history as well. The relationship of Berenice and Titus has been celebrated in a number of works, literary, musical, and so on. La Clemenza di Tito, the Mercy of Titus by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, a famous opera. Her role in this relationship has been celebrated in Western civilization, far outside the Jewish awareness of her existence. Let us now turn to our final exceptional individual. We looked at Gloria as an example of exceptionality, and she was such a renowned scholar. Berenice, because of her high-level political activity as a Jewish princess or even queen. Now we have a woman who is exceptional in that we suddenly get a huge amount of detail about her personal life, although otherwise she would be unknown to us. I'm speaking about a woman named Agatha. I'll just speak for a few minutes right now, but I would encourage you to have a look at the works on her by Dr. Hannah Cobb, Dr. Freund, and others. I also have an hour-long lecture on Agatha that goes into this in much more detail. She was one of the people hiding with the Bartoko rebels in the caves of the Red Sea region that we spoke about a couple of videos ago. And she may have died there. It's impossible to tell which one of the female remains were included, but there were many women and children in the caves.
Keep that fucking thing uploaded, dog. That's all you need to do.
She left behind this
Thank you to Ari for not fucking around anymore. Thank you so much, Ari. You saved the fucking world. Thank you so fucking much.
and by investigating these documents, which are written in a variety of languages, Aramaic, Nabatean, they all speak to her extensive legal battles. In these legal battles, she saved these documents, also like marriage contracts, things like that. She saved these documents because really she was deeply involved in these battles that had to do with inheritance issues. Some property that her parents left to her, and also some property that one of her husbands left to her. And the second husband had a co-wife, right? They were in this race, but not a murder at that time. And she was disputing with her co-wife over some orchard of date palms, things like that. And also she had children. The court had appointed their custodial officer. She was seeking to get control over her children and arrested from the courts. So, this is not the place to go into the ins and outs of the specifics of her controversy. But the documents portray her as, very much in charge of her own affairs. It's not clear whether or not illiterate languages. She may have had scribes involved with them up and so on, but she really communicated. She took them all together and she was out. She treated them like, an opera with documents or passports, like that, with a special little jacket. These were for the Jewish century, he was not without means. He was really a middle class with property issues and so on. Took charge for that. She was engaged in involvement. So you should not imagine about this example of the masturbatory woman asked him and kind of like the watch asked from man to man in various ways. Material involved in fighting for the rights of one success from time to time. There was some expression I wish she knows about Dr. Rebels herself. It's possible that here the general destruction is going on with the Romans. There's one particular figure who appears to have linked her to as he's also mentioned in terms of the dark chain of command, or perhaps it has a familiar relationship. Really think about the sense of it has a very important legal history. So this is a corrective to the huge silence that we get in the sources on the women project. So she's exceptional, not so much in what she did with her life, but the fact that we know a lot more about her life and reveal some stuff. Many more things are going to be learned, I'm sure, as we analyze about the outcome with greater detail. Okay. I hope you found this video useful. Definitely be incorporating more and more discussion of Jewish women to the lectures as we move through the time. The next two lectures are going to deal with the diaspora. So, thank you very much. At this point, it makes sense to pause and sort of think a little bit about the major transition that happens in Jewish history, but really the experience of the Jews and the political Jews actually just the diaspora. The term diaspora is taken away from something like scattering. The first the spread out of Jews included Mediterranean basin in Mesopotamia and eventually throughout the world. However, this has been experience over the last 2,000 years has been dramatically altered with the establishment of the state of Israel in the 20th century. So really we're thinking about about the purpose of Jewish history in a post-biblical period has been all Jews negotiated their reality, social, economic, as a minority. That certainly had a lot to say about the kind of people Jews would become. Well, we should note, of course, that the term that is used within the Jewish world is consolidation. It's not diaspora, which is kind of an organization, but the big side, the Hebrew or the national pronunciation that Jews were thrown out of their land. And this is really difficult because there was tremendous devastation suffering in the wake of Second Temple, and there was an expulsion of Jews from Jerusalem in particular. They were not actually expelled from the lands in the first century that they were if you all of the population they were highly encouraged by Rothschild conditions. In some cases, they were tens of thousands. The state concept of expelling all the Jews from their land is something that really wasn't reasonable in ancient world. So because of all the presence of the sometimes it occurs, nevertheless, outside of the boundaries of Israel, the experience of it really comes about not to this particular period, but in concept of a theological level pertains even when the Jews have returned to their land and have a state, meaning theologically, Jews consider themselves still in exile, even if they're living in Jerusalem today. There's a concept that until Messiah comes, there will be a diasporic or exilic condition pertaining to Jewish existence. But at any rate, let us take some of our time and look at the diaspora in antiquity, both before the destruction of the temple and maybe a little bit after the destruction of the temple, before we move into the culture. Here's a map that gives you a sense of the diaspora after the Bar Kokhba. You'll recall that the first Roman war in 70 resulted in the destruction of the temple in that year. Masada, and as we should see, there is a dispersion of Jews within Israel itself, but the process of settling throughout the Mediterranean and we've got centuries earlier. You see the hatched lines, the circle that is referred to the greatest extent of the Roman Empire, which would have been the early 2nd century, and every dot represents a city indicated with after the Bar Kokhba in the 2nd century. Have a look at this closely here, and we see matching settlement along the coast, a little bit in the woods, and have a look at the base of the valley of the north, and also the valley on both sides of the river, the rail, like conspicuous like that. Because of the Roman attacks on the rebels and destruction of Jewish villages there. A lot of the population, particularly north to the center, exist and people are cut banned from Jerusalem at this time as well. The Romans also changed the name of the land. This is when we received the Latin term Palestina, which was intended to refer and so Palestine declined, and in terms of cartography, so it is ironic, of course, that has been wide. It was always geographical. We also live in Mesopotamia, and here framed by and then there's a certain amount of fish in the tower and in Asia. We also West and south of France. Period of time, very place where we for centuries. Egypt after Exodus, the Bible describes many reductions, and Israel quite often hostile, quite often not hostile. For example, King Solomon marries an Egyptian princess, and Isaiah refers to communities in Lower Egypt. Jeremiah spends some time there unworthy as happens after the assassination of Gedaliah, the fast day after Russia. Since then, the Jews were primarily concentrated in the southern region. That is down the Barney down Elephantine. I was, by the way, Elephantine. That's a look at our judgment. This was Elephantine. Comments were correct. This is known as the Upper Nile. Even though it is on the bottom of the map, I mentioned to you earlier, the Nile, of course, flows to the north. It empties into the Mediterranean Sea. And so, therefore, up the river, which is south, the Upper Nile, and downriver is where you have cities of Cairo, Alexandria, and so on. So, there is a very important military colony in Elephantine. I'm going to look at that in just a second. And it may go back. So that some of that is true, but it may go back as early as the 7th century before the Common Era, when the nation of Judah had relations with Egypt and sent a colony there. So let's look a bit more carefully at that particular site. Here's a satellite view of the river. You can see the green represents obviously the tremendous irrigation power of the Nile. And down at the very southwest river, there are some cataracts, which means that the river constricts and it loses its depth, and ships moving toward the north have to find a way to unload their cargo or negotiate the rapids or put it on the land in a kind of portage situation. And so that's a really dangerous spot for any kind of transition. That's where robbers would move on. Another little bit about this community has kids with this bits of clay shards. We know that at a temple there, it's interesting that they would have some kind of temple because after all, the Bible is pretty clear about prohibiting any other temples in the strategy. But there were actually 300 temples in existence. Destruction in the Second Temple period. And we have one in Shana, which is now listed. What up, Egypt? Trust Definitely not.
Yo, awesome, baby.
Another is Alexander. You're right on the nose. The Jews at Alexandria wrote down Jesus. The first making it this has an incredible influential and was especially in the early church. A funny story.
Whoever put that together, they need to take out back and shoot like a motherfucker.
Essentially agreed with each other.
We're gonna be dead.
Rabbi Hutner, who was a very important in America, he liked to joke that you call that a miracle? That's not a miracle.
Oh man, just if this fucking thing uploads,
And you put them in
are you going viral? How don't we, dog? How don't we? I've done that. You fucking
and Jews were quite numerous in Alexandria.
At what point did you think you had it? Never have encountered. This could be another battlefront
as well.
Or
But there was an amount of
controversy with
it.
remember that motherfucker was everywhere, and then it's like, oh, what happened?
Alexander the Great region established all kinds of new norms and new cities. Alexandria, Alexander the Great. And there were a lot of privileges regime on the Ptolemaic, but when the Romans came, they did not have the displacement that occurred as a result of new management. Jews, on the other hand, saw it as a potential for them to increase their status and their privileges in society, and so Jews actually left the Roman armies when they arrived in the first century before the Common Era. We have a fascinating description of the major upheaval against the Jews in 38, which some have called the first pogrom. This was quoted by the philosopher Philo, very important Jewish thinker of the era, who approached the Bible primarily in a good sense. He was introducing a philosophical way to understand the Bible. He did not get that much traction in the Jewish tradition. He did not write and his ideas were contrary to what the rabbis were talking about. So once again, tradition, not so much on the particular when King Agrippa the First, in the middle of the first century for years, and he visited the Jews locally.
Let's see. Bring
He would
it.
maybe intercede with his friends in Rome on their behalf. He showed unwisely to have a kind of a guardian parade through the town of Alexandria, and the rival actually mounted sort of like a mock counter parade, in which they openly made fun of Agrippa the First, and sure enough, it eventually translated into violence against the procurator who had his own issues with. There was a change of the guards in his own position. He decided to take the side and he ordered among other things that the Jews into one nation. And the forced concentration of Jews into one of those nations, which some would argue should constitute the first was also occasionally anti-Jewish violence, some synagogues, which was and people think generally considered places where you should not express respect to the various ritual worship of groups. But this was one of those occasions where that was occurred. The new emperor, however, laid down the law and established the status quo on day where these were modified. There would be yet again violence in the 66, probably in connection with that exploded. That's just a look very quickly at Alexandria, and as a whole, it plays a very important role in the diaspora. Thank you very much. So let's continue our discussion of Eastern antiquity by looking at Mesopotamia. Although we saw that Egypt was an incredibly important settlement, Babylonia is perhaps more distinguished from the fourth settlement of Jews, which was the original home. The patriarch Abraham, but nevertheless, Jews were first in the context of the invasion of this. In which there were 4 Jews from the Red Sea exiled in that context, but those exiles were partial and represented a small portion of the overall population. The majority of the population remained behind in part probably gender imbalanced because may have been taken in greater numbers than women. Otherwise, many Jews, majorities, are behind Israel. Now, here, I look at a map and see where the arrow is pointing to the region of Mesopotamia. That term, as I said before, represents the area between the rivers. That's what Mesopotamia means, rivers. And it's sometimes called the Babylonia, although that's a term that obviously changes all the time. Let's zoom in here to message from Jeremiah, in which he famously says, on the occasion of the 6th century exile to Babylonia, he says, thus says the Lord of hosts, Jeremiah 29, verse 4, the God of Israel, into all the captivity whom I have caused to be carried away captive from Jerusalem unto Babylon, build ye houses and plant gardens and eat the fruit of them. Wives and beget sons and daughters, take wives for your sons, and give your daughters to husbands, that they may bear sons and daughters, and multiply there, and be not diminished. Of the city, whether or captive. Lord, for it is thereof shall ye have peace. This is kind of a mission state, the concept of exile, the notion that this exile is related to this diaspora, which is something that is ordained, and that to themselves to the lands in which they now live, raise families pay for the welfare of the government, which is part of the synagogue to this very day. You represent the spiritual challenge. Up until now, and their only conception of God was God was associated with Christ. Now they were in a foreign place. I know that modern thinking understand the concept of God as being connected. The ancient period is lots of
Say he's made that true, so we that I don't belong to you, and you don't belong to me. Yeah, freedom.
What's going on? This represents from the B'nai Rothschild, which is it's possible that they are Jewish, but there's no real data to prove it one or the other. However, when the archaeologists go through tablets, lots and lots of names. You see some plants, context, stuff like that. About 50% of the names in this massive archive are and they as they are still they invoke the name of the Jewish God right into their own each other. I only say my website, I don't know, right? Means God given. But they're all like invoke the name of God. So it's relatively easy. So there are sets of items in this archive, and out of the 200 place things. There's another collection, by the way, that refers to a place that seems to be like a concentration of Jews. And there's lots of important but this is discovered quite some time. One is one of the name with a given name, son or daughter of one's parents. In most circumstances in Jewish practice, one is named after one's father, not after one's father, but one is named by one's father. So, for example, my Hebrew name is Hillel, I was named Yaakov, Hillel ben Yaakov. Hillel is something that in almost all usages, the father's name, that in certain circumstances refer to another. Today, and we see is there a change